I have returned. I didn't need the half an hour, apparently. Your lass is all refreshed. Sorry about that. Yes, I have returned. Oh, God. I put that point back down again. Right, let's see if we can get Andy. I have a look. Sweet. See you soon. Still going to the numbers. Hello. Hello, everyone. The Andrew Luke will be with us shortly. So we'll give him until maybe 11. Probably before. So, Victorian villainy tonight, because lots of Victorian villainy, obviously. The Victorians were a thing, and we are getting to the swing of this imperialism. Let's find just some random Victorian villains before we get into the main ones, because these people scum. Technically, he was born in the Victorian era. He could be classed as Victorian villainy. I do so despise him. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Winston Churchill. Ugh. Still can't believe he represented Dundee for the Liberals. That's the OG Liberals, not the Liberal Democrats. They went through many different guises. Hmm. Jack the Ripper? That's an entire week's worth of streams to get through all of that nonsense. Let alone a few hours. Let's just see if I can find something about Jabez. Jabez. Oh.
Kia ora everyone, my name's Shelby and today we're doing a quick story on Jabez Balfour. So Jabez Spencer Balfour's story was one of rags to riches and back to rags again. He was born at Marylebone, Middlesex on 4th of September 1843, the son of temperance workers. His star was soon in the ascendancy. He became Justice of the Peace, the first Mayor of Croydon in Surrey from 9th of June 1883 to 1884, and Liberal MP for Tamworth in 1880 and Burnley 1889. He was also said to have created the snowballing technique whereby one company finances another when he set up the Liberator Building Society in 1868. He was on the point of appointment to the cabinet when his empire collapsed and he was forced to flee the country. It was in the 1870s that Balfour's empire really expanded with the formation of numerous companies, including the Lands Allotment Company, George Newman and Co. and Real Estate Co. In 1882 he founded London and General Bank, which among its other duties laundered the cheques that he wrote for his other companies. Balfour became a public success and people clamoured to give him their money, but he used the new money to pay dividends in the old investments. On 1st of September 1892, London and General Bank cheques were returned unpaid, and the next day the bank shuts its doors. The whole system crashed with one company after another ending in bankruptcy. Balfour owed £8 million. So a bit of the aftermath. Balfour resigned his seat and fled the country, landing in Argentina in December 1892. Balfour made good of his disappearance until he was recognised in the small town of Salta and arrested on 20th of January 1894. On 10th of April 1895, he was extradited and committed for trial at the Old Bailey on 17th of May. He was convicted on 28th of November 1895 and sentenced to 14 years imprisonment. As Mr. Justice Bruce sentenced Balfour, he said, quote, "You will never be able to shut out the cries of the widows and orphans you have ruined," close quote. Balfour was released in 1906 and his memoirs appeared in the Weekly Dispatch. He was attempting a comeback when he died on 23rd of February 1916 in a third-class smoking carriage on the London to Fishguard Express. Yeah, so that was him. It's a rough way to go, but yeah. Hope you enjoyed that story. Stay safe and please subscribe. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. My God. Jabez Balfour is a fucking bastard. Please don't feel sorry for him dying in that way. These fucking charlatans usually get karma. Usually. We're running a little bit low on karma recently. Just saying. Be sure your sins will find you out. My sins is drinking too much and going out canvassing in the pissing rain and climbing too many fucking stairs. My knee's not going to feel right forever. Ever, well, it's never felt right anyway. Let's see if I can find a short about Horatio Bottomley. You have notes. You just haven't read them. She was struggling with some of the names, wasn't she, the poor lass? How meant the person that tries to pronounce certain Scottish places. Don't worry, your lass is here to guide you. It is pronounced Milgai or Perthshire. Let us see. You know what? Let's dip in on Kev. Oh no, it's just no justices. Oh, maybe Kev was live earlier. Let's just see.
A millionaire. That she's a millionaire plumber because her partner earns £66,000 allegedly. That's not how that works. You need to have £1 million in assets to be a millionaire. And you'd have to have saved up a lot of £66,000 to be that person, you know?
Is that what the... She's not a millionaire! They're grasping.
And again,
they're
when people
grasping,
hear AstraZeneca, they hear Big Pharma. And I'm like, yeah, the issue with Big Pharma is that the executives are bad. Right? The issue with Big Pharma is that the executives will hide a bunch of the important medicines for humanity behind a paywall. They will jack up the price at the expense of the global south and fight against TRIPS waivers. The actual scientists doing the work are not the issue. We had all this during the pandemic, where a bunch of weirdo anti-vaxxers were trying to claim that the real issue with Big Pharma was that scientists were the problem, as if scientists, for some reason, in both Cuba, China, Russia, the United States, and in Denmark, had all colluded to make a fake vaccine, rather than there is a material interest for the capitalists that own the big pharma corporations for making sure that things aren't cured, but they have continued.
Not that one again. Fuck off.
That is what makes the most money for those companies, right? This is why we support nationalisation of these industries.
Virology.
They act in the public good, not for private profit.
Leave the scientists
the right
alone.
Thing for medicine is bad
the
because Bigfoot
executives.
put 5G in it. It's so true.
And to a certain extent, blame the politicians as well.
Again, I'm not saying that being a scientist at AstraZeneca on 66k is being salt of the earth. Clearly it is not. Clearly you are a skilled professional. But again, that does not change Hannah Spencer's own material relationship to production, which is that she sells her labour for a wage and does not own the means of production, i.e. she is working class, right? And again, they're all doing this. They're all doing this attack on Hannah Spencer specifically because there is a narrative about the grafter versus grifter, i.e. she's somebody who works a real job which contributes to society, which is, to be fair, what a scientist at AstraZeneca would also do. They also contribute to society, and this motherfucker is a grifting dickhead who spouts misinformed bullshit for GB News as a propagandist, like failed academic who always wanted to be a popular figure is now trying to run in a by-election to be an MP to try and further advance his career versus somebody who
have no idea, Andy.
Like, she's actually from Manchester. She's lived in Gorton. This guy's from fucking St Albans.
Go away, you book-eating wank.
And because there is a clear disparity here in the actual class credentials of the people running, it is within the interest of reform supporters.
Stop picking back. Stop doing that to Helena. I'm showing it again. Fucking love it. It's book. Come on. Bring it. Yeah.
Okay, Craig, thank you. Matthew, we're going to hang on to you for just a second because you've become rather well known on social media for this tweet, which we can bring up onto the screen. 27th of May this year. I'm saying this out loud. I do not believe that Labour under Jeremy Corbyn will poll 38%. I will happily, in fact, eat my new Brexit book if they do. Now, your book is Brexit, Why Britain Voted to Leave the European Union. You are a man of your word, Matthew.
Well, indeed I am. I was surprised that Jeremy Corbyn added 2 percentage points, or got 2 percentage points more than I had expected. And I did say that I would eat this book, which is available at all good bookstores. 2 percentage points makes a big difference. I am a man of my word. So what I'm going to do is just sit here and eat my book while you guys carry on.
Super. Well, I'm sure a lot of people will be pleased to see that. Just quickly, consistency strong and stable, or is it a bit weak and wobbly, that paper? He's got his mouth full, I hear. Wow, there we go. No, he's still, yeah, how was it? How was it, Matthew?
It's actually a hardback. There are lots of chemicals, but I've got to get through the whole thing. So.
Okay. Well, we'll leave you to get through it, and hopefully some of your Twitter supporters are happy with you keeping your promise to the world of social media. Thank you very much, both Matthew Goodman and Craig Beaumont there. Wasn't expecting that when I came in today, I can tell you that.
Book-eating freak. She's going to beat you, you twat. Stay till he finishes. They'd be there for a while. He's doing it symbolically. You can't. The treatment that goes into to paper for book, especially mass media books, I guess. How many did he sell of it anyway? I don't fucking know. Good fucking question. How many book sales for Matthew O. Goodwin? Good. Go. No. Yep. Ah, bugger it. Fuck off. Can't find that. Oh my god. Someone's already there. Bad luck in the by-election. Chris Watson, I fucking love you. That is getting a like. It's happening, chat. It's happening already. Oh my god. Oh, my darling. Don't push yourself too much, please. Rejoice, chat. The mean mod has visited. I done a music stream earlier in chillness after I went out canvassing. My everything is still kind. Well, it's not in agony anymore. It's kind of stiff and kind of sore. Yes, not going to be canvassing again. And Saunders Street in the West End can go and fuck itself. And stairs are fucking evil. My right knee's going to fucking hate me forevermore. I woke up to a rather good song. Let's go back and see what it was. Oh, I passed out for that one.
I never meant to call you out. I've always seen behind your smoke and mirrors. Oh, sweetheart, please don't yell at me. It really isn't hard to see.
Yes. I keep on going to reach out to my favourite lesbian, see how she's doing.
Why weren't you honest from the start? You know I've always thought he must have liked you. He's just pretending, don't you know? Say he loves you even though he only wants to cage your soul. Say you said you'd always be my friend, that we'd get married when we both got older. I'd never heard those words before. You made me long for something more, but then we try to see what's with that love. Do you really think I'm out of line tonight? Stop calling his name. If you play my game, he may just make it alright. Love you. I'm not asking much, just give me your heart. And let no one else above me. Please just say you love me. Put hands in yours and tell me that I'll always be the one. You know my life means nothing, so just say you love me tonight.
You okay? Darling? You alright?
Yeah, what the fuck time is it?
10:11. You okay?
You lie, this poor boy will have to die. I won't fall for this again. I've always seen behind your smoke and mirrors. I know you love me deep inside. You're simply caught up in his lies, so I will cut you free myself. I'm not asking, just give me your heart. No one else above me. Please just say you love me. Keep my hands in yours and tell me that I'll always be the one. Without you, my life means nothing. So just say you love me. Come on, what's the problem? Everything will be alright. Truly, could it be that much? Let me give you my heart, my soul, my heart and mind. Yes, I can. I'll take you anything. So won't accept it. You're gonna regret it. I hate to play these games, but you're driving me insane. Won't you tell me that you'll stay now that he's not in the way?
Shanna. I went out canvassing today for the Scottish Greens. He went to Tesco, got some supplies for the house, then went to the hub. I was gone for 2.5 hours. he got completely drunk. We came back home, had some food. While we were waiting for the bus to come back up the road after all of this, kind of hurt himself. I will not say how. So, he was wondering why his back was itchy. It wasn't itchy. He's... I know what he's done to himself. He just needs to lie down. Elron. Fun will be had tonight. Victorian Villainy with Andy Luke. It's going to be glorious. So, Horatio Bottomley and Jabez Balfour. I don't know if he's in the same sort of family as that Balfour. He might be. But he is a crook and a swindler. So that's going to be fun. I'll give you a full breakdown of what actually happened with Super Hubby later, Shanna, off stream. Because if he's hurt himself in any sort of major fashion, fuck her. Mind you, in saying that, he's got a better capacity for healing himself than I do. Autoimmune diseases are fun. Do. Fuck it.
Very few things in history are black and white. A lot of it is grey. And that includes the Civil War. It was actually fighting for states' rights.
States' rights to do what?
Excuse me, sir?
States' rights to do what? What did you want to use those rights for? You usually don't mention that part. I want to hear it. I wonder what you want to do with them.
Well, the Confederacy didn't want to be oppressed by the North.
Really? What were they preventing you from doing? What did they not want you to do?
Listen, my friend, there was more to it than slavery for why we made the Confederacy.
That is really, really interesting, because the guy who made the Confederacy, the vice president, said that it was because they wanted to have slavery, and all the state constitutions said they wanted to have slavery, and they seceded the moment that the president got elected that was going to abolish slavery. Boy, the Confederacy sure looks slavery adjacent, at least. Now, anyways, states' rights do what?
You're ignoring our other concern.
Yeah, but among the concerns was slavery, so I don't care, because you deserve it, because you're evil. And slavery is evil. That's you should know this. By the way, could you answer my question, you fucking traitor? States' rights to do what?
Well, it's our heritage.
It lasted 5 years. The Annoying Orange has existed longer than the Confederacy did. The fucking Annoying Orange, dude. You're gonna celebrate a nation so fucking weak the Annoying Orange outlived it?
Well, states' rights.
Got Douglas.
Each Dixie boy must understand that he must mind his Uncle Sam away, away. We'll all go down to Dixie.
Oh, right, see this one right in the middle. I might show it soon. I'll need to reach out to Andy to make sure I can show it again. Oh, do not underestimate the power of caffeine and righteous indignation. They work together. Or be Scottish. They do merch. Look at the merch. What the hell? What's this one?
You are entering a world where nobody has a nose, and everyone's hands look like a four-leaf clover. Hello. A world where the artist can't draw, gives a middle finger to the concept of anatomy, but gives other women massive boobies for no reason.
Yeah, that's fair.
A world where he'll draw a popular thing on his community tab, and then blue ball his audience by not making it into a video.
Are you mad at me?
A world where I'm mad at him.
Damn.
A world where I had to die of a heart attack 50 years ago, but this idiot gets to keep living. I'm pissed.
Rod, can we, talk this out, man? Man to whatever I am?
A world where I just took his lunch money because he's such a little bitch and I hate it.
Lunch money? I don't even have pockets, man.
A world where he has Bugs Bunny pockets where they're part of his skin, except they feel like cut wounds. A world where he spent the last month playing Sonic Crossworld Racing instead of making a cartoon because he's emotionally stunted like Chris Chan, and he's a big autismo.
Okay, the Chris Chan line isn't called for. The autismo line, maybe.
A world where he isn't funny, and I didn't have to change anything because he already wasn't funny. Fuck you.
Why? What do you want?
A world where he thinks putting the valid criticisms between the silly lines is somehow making it okay. It doesn't, you loser. Fuck you.
I'm tired, man.
You're now entering the stupid doo-doo head that I hate so.
Wait, this is just my apartment. What's the horrific twist?
It's the fact that I even have to look at you at all.
Can't a guy just play Rouge the Bat in a racing game without being judged?
You're a fucking gooner.
But
GamerSubs, use code Goobus, get free shipping on your order, but only until Halloween, so it's only going to work today and tomorrow. And it gives us a cut to the channel every time you use the code, which is greatly appreciated. Wait, I hate that guy. Why the hell am I reading?
Oh dear. Hey, Mac, just so you're completely aware, I have never gaslit you. Someone told me they told you that, and you know that's not true, right? I've never gaslit you? Mac?
The things I saw in there.
Saw what?
They were inflating and had big feet and they were furries and sweaty and I don't know.
Mac, you know it's mean to gaslight people. That's why I don't do it.
I was told this is where they put the friends that you're not supposed to show to the kids, and I wish I listened. Oh, God.
You expect me to believe all of that is behind the door?
I'm sorry. I don't want to describe it anymore.
Oh, I'm gonna fall for that. I know there's only a broom in here.
It's really, really weird, right?
Hey, Mac, how would you feel if I kind of liked it?
What?
A little?
Mr. Harriman, you're good to put Blue up for adoption. I'm done.
Wait.
I believe Mr. Beauregard would be perfect for your taste, sir.
Finally, a friend who gets me.
Mac, I don't like it.
Hi, I didn't know how to fit Eduardo and Wilt into this skit, and I want them to be here, so there they are.
Hola.
Sorry. Why? Well, okay, next skit. There is no other skit. It's been 2 years and there is no other skit. This is meant for a collab where everyone's going to animate a show and nobody did it. Also, I've debated uploading this because since then I've admitted to wanting to make Woohoo with Rouge the Bat. I have no right to make this punchline. I'm going to see my family for Christmas. Goodbye! Also, this GamerSubs deal, but I'm not reading all that.
Well done, Elron. Did research in medical histories and stuff like that. Medical legal research are never ending. Make sure to self-care, self-regulate, because that shit can get heavy. I've done it for family members. It's funny that you learn how to do research when you're at uni, especially in the medical science degrees and shit. You have to know how to pour through massive amount of data. Wouldn't put it, obviously Ash Sarkar, she done literature in English. God. I thought I had to read a lot. She probably read a billion times more than me. Last coffee refill alert. Let me know when you're ready, Andy, okay? Let's see if I can find a short about Horatio Bottomley. Horatio Bottomley. So many ghouls and villains. Is it a short? Oh! What's that? Oh god, I'm wanting to... Ah, there we go. Hello, god damn it. Oh, don't you... No, don't worry about the naughty words. Just... the ability to call a wanker is always good. Because there's many of them, obviously. Well done, Ron, Mum. Or Ma'am. Or Mummy. It'd be Mum up here for most Scottish people. Unless you're a posh twat like Fraser Nelson, then it's Mother. No, Fraser. It is Mum. Thanks. Oh god, they're not going to... He's not going to fucking end up joining them, is he? And... They wouldn't do that to you. Does Fraser Nelson have political ambition? Probably. The act... Does your mum not lose her temper? For certain things I do have a short fuse, but I try to keep my chill. I just get frustrated. I try to change the dial a little bit, but what can one disabled Scottish Marxist do? Haven't seen it in decades, fucking hell, wow. So they made her lose a rag. Kind of tracks really for certain parts of the NHS. Ours is mostly decent up here, mostly. Fucking hell. My younger sister, she's got a short fuse. She gets kind of angry most days, but she works in the NHS. And she's a mum to 2 teenage boys. Technically, you're not allowed to do that, Andy. We can relate, we can highlight things that have happened within the NHS. My experience has mostly been very positive. body cam. Depending on whether it's well maintained, Elron, that can be used. The stuff from GoPros and certain devices. Oh Christ! Can actually be entered into legal proceedings. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Ah. Oh yeah, I know that. How did I know that? Several patients of one of my previous GPs, because he was being a dick. As long as you don't record other patients, you can record the doctors and the nurses and some of the staff, just some of them. In memoir. Screwed it off. Anyone could do it. Yes. As long as you don't film, photograph, or otherwise record patients, you're fine. Bring it. Right. To the Numptyverse we go. Numptyverse. Share screen.
Hello, Katie.
Rejoice! Andy! Hello.
Hello, folks. Good evening, Elron, and other people in chat.
Well,
Shanna.
there was Shanna will be...
Hello.
Davinia, darling. Hello. Victorian villainy tonight. Look, I was going through... Where are we? Look what I found.
Well, technically we're on that line between Edwardian villainy and Victorian villainy, and we absolutely should have a look at that 1972 dramatisation of the life of Horatio Bottomley. But I thought we might start first with looking at Jabez Balfour, just because he comes first chronologically, and there's stuff we can tie in from his story into Bottomley's.
Right, let's go to... Where are we? Haha! Here. Where be the... Do. Habit. There's that.
So I did a lot of research on Jabez Balfour like about 15 years ago, to the point where I've got like newspaper facsimiles and stuff here, but my files are all missing from my Dropbox, so I've opened a few sort of tabs on him to try and sort of prompt my memory. And we could probably divide it into like 3 sections, sort of from his birth in 1843, and then the main section will be his sort of scams of the 1880s, and then what happened when he was found out, which is also pretty fascinating.
Ooh. Give me a minute. Oh dear God, I'm going to have to minimise myself. You're getting a mini Katie tonight, everyone. And she's going up in the corner. Boom. No, I want my heart border. There's there.
I can't recall if there's any photos of Jabez Balfour online. There's plenty of illustrations. But essentially he was born in, was he born in Birmingham, or was he in an orphanage in Birmingham? Or maybe that's Bottomley. They all kind of... No, he was born in London. In answer to your question, he's no relation to the famous Balfours.
Oh, is he not? Oh.
No.
I see that name and have an automatic reaction. Is he related to that scum? Remember, everyone, the Balfour Declaration sucks. There we go. Boom. I'm going to have to change that.
Yes, so you're carefully positioning the Horatio Bottomley story, which I'm not going to come on to for at least a half hour, because I'm going to take a break to top up on coffee, look, turn out the lights on my little colony of 12 gerbils, and kiss them all goodnight.
Scrubby!
Yeah. I thought we could probably use a break and a walk around. And I don't know if you wanted to maybe check in on... What?
Scrubby's put something fun into the chat. Thriller was co-written by someone from Cleethorpes. That's...
That's
Stop
so
distracting me,
random
Scrubby.
and so amusing to do the mental translation.
Rejoice, apparent Hilarion and resident philosopher. Hi, Scrubby. Victorian Villainy tonight with Andy. It's going to be glorious. So is this document, is that Bottomley?
That is Bottomley. So just go into Google, hit a search on Jabez Balfour and see what you can find.
Cool.
I know there's at least one Easter egg you'll turn up.
Jabez Balfour. I do know how to use my keyboard.
Born in London, 1843. So he would go on to become an MP for various constituencies. But I guess what Wikipedia is leaving out of his formative life is that his parents were like religious. I don't know if fundamentalist is the right word, but they were members of the Temperance movement.
The lassie, you said the lassie got some things incorrect or kind of butchered them.
Yeah.
There was lots of temperance people during the Victorian era because good Christians don't drink, apparently.
I was at visited a hotel in Glencoe when I was over your way about a week ago, and it was actually owned by a temperance church from 1970. Kirk Douglas had just finished filming a film there from 1970 to about 1987, and because it was owned by a temperance church, they shut down the bar completely. It's weird because it's such a... I mean, it's Glencoe. It was... Maybe, no, not even Glencoe. It was about 5 minutes drive from St. Conan's Kirk. I don't know if you can explain what that is. It's all a Scottish wilderness to me.
Oh no, that's
Lock off.
The place, Lock off. Yeah, that's about 15 miles from the actual glen where the massacre happened. It's the Scottish Highlands. There's not much you can describe. It's beautiful, but Glencoe itself is very, very eerie. Nothing. There's tours and people that go through it every now and again and stuff, but it is silent, creepily so. So yeah,
Lock on. It's just beautiful. It's like 25 miles long.
Yeah,
gorgeous.
It's one of the longest. It's not one of the deepest. It's one of the longest lochs in Scotland. One of the deepest. The deepest one is Loch Lomond, which is just up the road from me. But yeah, Loch is gorgeous. But Glencoe itself is. I know exactly where you've been. There's only a few things in Loch.
Sharing a video of it next week or a week after. I loved Glencoe. I got up to the. I mean, yeah, it is a lot of just sort of like truck stops to get out and admire the view. But there's up in the mountains, there's a ski resort. And I didn't go skiing, but I had my coffee and my smoke break. And I watched the cutest little red robin, a little chubby thing, just bounce along in front of me. And you can sit out the front and just look at the mountain range. Oh, it's just gorgeous. As long as it's not snowing or coming down heavy on rain while you're there. It's quite nice.
Oh God, they're in a box. Fuck. I could maybe scan them in. I'll need to get my scanner down from my mum's attic up in Perth. Super Hubby's got photos. He's actually went through all of Glencoe. This is years before he met me. Years before I moved down to Glasgow, essentially. But he's got some. What the fucking. Oh, fuck, I didn't share the screen again. Sorry, everyone. So he's got photos of Glencoe itself and Loch, because that's where he was based. That's where his his hotel was.
If you want to scroll up just a little bit so we can get that caricature of Balfour on screen.
I never put it. I didn't change over my screen capture. I'm getting it. There we go.
In a moment, Katie's going to share a caricature of Jabez Spencer Balfour, which appeared in Vanity Fair by the artist's pseudonym is Spy. His real name was Leslie Ward. If you remember from our last stream, there was a stylishly similar piece by the same artist, of course, on Lewis Harcourt, the MP sex offender. Yes, Davinia, he's a fat kid. And also Katie got banned from YouTube again because she was very naughty. Very naughty. Hardly a week goes past when you don't bring the weight of the Google Corporation down on you.
Look at the gels on him, fucking hell.
Remember that cartoonist, because if we have another session next week, that's a little subplot. It's a little seeding.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. You're welcome. I did my homework.
Oh, for Christ's sake, he was in the Liberals. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So before we get there, he was a member of. He was raised by the Temperance. His family was Temperance Church, and basically his MO. You watched a video earlier. I can't remember the name.
Was it the short? Was it that short? I can bring that back up if you want.
It's okay. It was just one phrase that she used. I didn't take a notice of, but she was, whatever it was, she was trying to describe Balfour's sort of modus operandi, his way of working. And I just had a different term for it. But basically, he used his Jabez, which actually means the beast. He is named after the beast in the Book of Revelations. Such irony.
Yeah.
But he used his church connections to gather investors for various projects, foundations, trusts, buying businesses, investments. The church were his sort of base, and he kind of had that kind of, I mean, you wouldn't think to look at him, but he had that kind of charm. Or maybe respectability is probably
it's the respect. It's more likely the respectability, because he was. It depend on the family standing and things. These things get perpetrated down the family line, essentially, even though some of them are villainy, utter scum. But it's like a nice thick connecting thread through quite a lot of these families. They're all scum. Never forget, the upper echelons of British society are pure villains. And they're only in it for themselves. Forget about MP. Most of them don't really give a fuck about their constituents.
Yeah,
some of them do, don't get me wrong, but back then, these people were arch capitalists and imperialists and colonialists, and they really didn't care. Some of them weren't true villains, like in the true real global status kind of region, like other Victorians were. Some were just villainy back home, and swindled, robbed, cheated, gaslit the rest of us here in Britain. It sucks.
Yeah, no, his mother was a temperance campaigner, lecturer, author, also a bit of a philanthropist. So it didn't run. The sort of the taintedness of Jabez didn't run particularly deep. I mean, his parents weren't really that well off. Yeah. So, but I mean, respectability absolutely seems to have been Jabez's sort of currency. He is sort of the time of his main influence was divided as being MP for Tamworth for 5 years, and then for Burnley for another 4 years. And it's in Lancashire.
Tamworth 1880 to 1885, and Burnley 1889 to 1893. Burnley.
Yep.
Right.
And you can see there, if you're still sharing the Wikipedia, he also worked on Croydon in Surrey, which is his hometown. Got respectability in the school board. Croydon got the borough status, and he was selected as the mayor for Croydon.
What? Wow, fucking hell.
Went to second term. Stood as the Liberal candidate at the general election, but that was an election where they
lost to the Tories. Lost to the Tories.
Lost to the Tories, yeah. And he also tried to stand for the Liberals at Walworth. So, and he had, the line below was he was appointed chairman for the Northampton Street Railways. And this is kind of endemic of a lot of, or exemplary of a lot of his, he would get a lot of these type of hostings, like he would be chairman of the floor board, or chairman of the, just various little small groups that would put him in the public eye kind of position of sort of like respectability, and I think he might have died of heart disease, Davinia, but we'll get there. So yeah, lots of little positions like this. You know, he'd maybe sort of stand in a credit union or something like that. Now, what you kind of find happened was that he would set up. He would work with a lot of city financiers. on like insurance companies primarily, but also building societies, independent banking groups. I mean, he was probably involved, although definitely not a temperance movement guy himself. I wouldn't have been surprised if he was involved in a few temperance movements, like, I don't know, voluntary or
very funny, Elron,
equivalent of NGOs or whatever. And it was all about sewing in more and more people, building on that temperance society base and sewing more and more in. So what he did, he had about, at any one time, he maybe had about 10 or 12 different companies on the go, all drawing investment in from just regular people. And he had a bunch of cronies around him. Some were legitimately church folk who were just stooges. Some were actual city financiers. What the phrase I came up with when I was working on this was musical chairs. So each of these companies had a board with, say, maybe 10 people on them.
All right.
And maybe half, maybe 6 of those 12 companies had 6 of the same board members on them. And so he had this core group of about 6 to 8 people that he would move around the boards of all of his different companies. And if he was chairman once too often, he'd put one of his trusted circle on the board. And it was kind of like, if it was musical chairs, if somebody had to be sacrificed, if the board made a wrong decision, one of his people would get the boot and he'd bring another one on, and it was the same core of people every time.
Okay. Bloody hell.
So
you are the weakest link, goodbye, kind of.
Yeah.
God almighty. God forbid that you should challenge the person in charge.
Obviously
that happens a lot, by the way, everyone.
Say again?
I was just saying that God forbid you are the weakest link, goodbye. That happens a lot in the British political and corporate life, really. Don't challenge the seat. And it's like musical chairs. You just bring in another duper, another sycophant. And the Victorians were fucking guilty of that, and the Edwardians just fucking... Why do you think we had so many fucking bastards back during the turn of the century, so like from the 1870s up until... just up until the Second World War, so that sort of 60-year period. Basically musical chairs all sort of shuffled around different sort of organisations and stuff. I have came across them every now and again in different guises. These Victorian and Edwardian capitalist entrepreneurs and all that. No. They're all in it for themselves. Most of them. There were some philanthropists. God, I hear that word, I can't pronounce it. But yeah, basically musical chairs for the upper echelons of society. But yeah, don't challenge the seat at all. You will come a cropper. Oh god, yeah, massive hypocrites. Hold on. Massive. I went to the images. Look, well, there's more.
Yeah. So one of the more interesting things, so he did have his day in court. Again, that's a really interesting story getting there. But I'm just reminded one of the things that Wikipedia left out is that a number of these so there were banks that he ran, there were insurance companies, there were building societies.
Yeah.
But there were also a lot of construction firms. So he is responsible for building a great number of buildings across London, other places. the most... Oh, the only one actually that I can remember is the National Liberal Club in Westminster, Whitehall.
Oh
Still used to
yeah,
be famous one.
yeah.
And actually, I have had the great fortune to have been there. Um,
You what? I have to
I
hate you
have,
now.
yeah,
What was it
I have
like?
this. Um, right, okay, this is gonna take a wee bit of a jogging of memory to break down. Could I just, because I'm barely awake, if I just tell the full story and we'll see if we can draw it out of me?
Cool.
Um,
Yeah.
so, my dear friend Sophie, a bit of a sort of a respectable anarchist, had joined some kind of society where she got free passes into the club. So, um, my memories are a bit sort of scattered. I mean, I had to wear a suit to go in and fancy shoes, but I mean,
Oh, you have to be respectful. You have to be respectfully
oh yeah.
dressed. Stupid.
Sophie regularly wears horns and fake blood, and her partner Chris had like really long hair, like a sort of a Peter Buck REM rock style kind of thing. Um, so I have a few sort of memories. At one point, Sophie and I both needed to go to the loo, and we because it's just a massive building, so we had to sort of explore.
Oh no, these buildings
Um,
are huge. Yeah, in certain parts of
yeah,
London, they're fucking massive.
we had literally no idea. So I think it must have been the. I can't remember. I was going to say it was the ladies' loo we found first, but I honestly, my memory's too squidgy. But anyway, we sort of both walked in together, and I mean, the only thing that says it wasn't the ladies' loo is the fact that there was no queue and nobody in it. But set that against the fact that we walked in and there were like 24 basins wrapped around the room. It was
Wow.
just enormous. Um, Downstairs there were we were in the dining area, which had these sort of big, like pineapple coloured columns from base to ceiling. Um, it was all, I mean, it was all waiter service, kind of really like long curtains, like uh, 20, 30 foot high curtains, just insanely enormous. Uh, I've got um, I've got a few snaps somewhere. I'll maybe dig out for your Discord. But yeah, they had.
Yeah, feel free to post them.
Yeah, we did. We did sit after the meal in the lounge, which has this great, enormous, roaring fire. And I sat with a pint of Guinness. It was actually quite good, and a copy of Private Eye. So you know, it's not all bad. It's got Private Eye and good Guinness. Private Eye, which you should probably all be reading.
I
Subscriptions are
used to.
deadly cheap. Dead cheap.
I used to be. I'm going to restart it on. I get my benefit on Tuesday, and I'm going to restart it because it's just going to be fun now. It's going to be fun. Technically, Ian Hislop's Scottish. His dad was Scottish engineer, so he was born and brought up in St Andrews. Oddly enough, well, just outside St Andrews. So funny that.
I applied to go to university there and they turned me down.
Can we describe Ian Hislop as a satirist? He's a kind of a historian.
Well, that's
He's a
part
little
of his
bit.
job. Probably smaller. Yeah.
My first experience of Hislop was obviously Have I Got News for You. Mind you, back in the day, I did like Paul Merton more than I liked Ian. I thought he was a bit of a wank. I now appreciate more. Than I liked Ian. I thought he was a bit of a wank. I now appreciate more. He's really quite good. If any of you can afford it, I highly urge you to do it. I was subscribed to Private Eye when it was. I highly urge you to do it. I was subscribed to Private Eye when it was the Coalition. So I was subscriber from 2008 to about 2016, 17, so I stopped it roughly 10 years ago. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really quite cheap. Your rags essentially, they're all heading towards 70 quid a year. I think the cheapest one's probably still The Guardian. I think that's like 55 for the entire year, maybe 60 now. But like your Times, your Express, and all those other ones, the Observer, the Herald, they're all over 60. If you can afford it, subscribe to the Private Eye. And if you pay for a full year, you get a discount off the annual, which usually gets released in November-ish. And it really is quite fun. Like the last week of November to just about a week, maybe 10 days before Christmas. So you get the annual. So for the next 2 or 3 years, subscribing to the Private Eye is going to be fucking glorious. And plus they're on board like they've got investigative journalists and satirists and cartoonists and stuff. Top notch. And obviously I was hooked on it during the Coalition years because obviously Tories. Oh God. Let's just go through some of these. View image. Bit of a fat fellow. Do. Oh, it's a court rendering. Oh. That's a horsehair wig. And it probably would have been horsehair. It's all synthetics now that you use. Because horsehair harbours diseases that kind of fuck us up. Clogs up our breathing and shit. That drawing makes him look respectable, doesn't it? I don't know. Temperance, or 1 pound of hard, stodgy suet pudding of the kind known to schoolboys as duff and... What the... God... My God. God, my nose is killing me. Being out in the cold and damp is not good for the nose. Yeah.
It might help if I didn't mute my own mic for the last 5 minutes.
Oh, did you mute yourself? I just thought that you were still dealing with yourself. You okay? Whatever you were saying.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute, Andy. Vinyl. I've actually done that. Years ago. No, when I was out canvassing, cold and damp kind of affects the old schnoz. So there's... it both dries it out and makes it worse. And make sure you go out, if you're going out in the cold and damp, be it just to do your general shopping for the household and stuff like that, or if you're going out canvassing for a political party, make sure you have hankies. You're going to need it. Cold and damp is not good on the old nose or the skin. Or the joints. Well, my joints at least. Oh, yeah. Shall we continue?
Where are we continuing from? How far had I gone?
I can't remember, damn it.
Previously in Katie's Discord and Twitch.
We were you were going to post some of your photos from the club.
Those will take me a
rush.
while to dig out.
No rush for that.
So
whenever you can.
He had all these cronies and he had all these businesses, about 15 different businesses like trusts, construction companies, banks. I mean, the big one was the Liberator. There were two really big ones: the Liberator Building Society, and the other was called the London and General Bank. And what had happened, he was doing so much of the building work that he was putting the money over to the builders that should have been for his customers, and there was nothing left. And what you essentially saw was him not being able to give the money to the customers who had put the money in, who had bought the shares, but also to the property companies who were the construction companies that were working as properties, or the companies that were buying those properties off him. So essentially what you had was one man who caused like a major economic crash. His biographer describes him as a one-man Enron.
That's quite a description.
There was a major crash in 1892.
It
was
yeah.
Certainly as ugly as 2008. You had people killing themselves, jumping to their deaths, families forced out on the streets.
Yeah.
It was just horrible.
Yeah. Absolutely dire.
Now, something a bit odd happened, because now this might sound a bit strange having lived through 2008, but they called for the arrest of the financiers and the bankers and that class of scammer. That didn't happen in 2008.
It didn't.
There were very few people arrested. So Jabez Balfour,
some have been blacklisted. Some of them got blacklisted, but they've moved. They've moved sectors. So they basically they slap on the wrists, Stop being naughty. But no, actually calling for these people's arrest. Much needed.
Yeah, so the police picked up.
They could actually do it back then. It wasn't until after the after the first, kind of, then definitely after the second, that all these measures got put into place to protect the poor little capitalist darlings. But yeah, back then they could actually get arrested and get locked up for being villains.
Yeah, so they picked up Hobbs, who was Jabez Balfour's chief sort of building guy. They picked up Granville, who was his solicitor. Jabez himself decided he was leaving the country, and he got on a boat, got on a train, and went to Argentina. At this part of the story, we get introduced to Frank Frowest of Scotland Yard, an inspector. Now, Frank Frowest was a very interesting character, a sort of a big, larger-than-life character. He worked on the Jack the Ripper murders. He was a very sort of dedicated detective. Also a big guy. He didn't take shit, really. And one of the facts I love about Frank Frowest, his middle name was Castle, which would make him Frank Castle, like the Punisher.
God almighty, you can't make this up. Hi,
so
Bri.
They were trying to Britain was trying to extradite. They found Jabez in Argentina, and they were trying to extradite him, and Argentina was being really difficult. And meanwhile, Jabez had managed to charm the locals where he was at in the local government in order to make the extradition really, really difficult.
Yeah.
So a few years on, Frank Castle Frowest, had enough, and he took I don't know if he travelled on his own or took another. No, he did. He just went out on his own, and he says, "Right, I'm gonna to be damned, waiting for extradition, legalities to sort itself out. I'm just going to haul this guy
go and drag him back by the scruff of his neck."
Yes, he pretty much went there, bundled him. It says on Wikipedia, yes, bundled him into a train and then a boat sailing for England. It was essentially a moral kidnapping. So Balfour was put in front of the courts at the Old Bailey with his old co-conspirators, Granville, Wright, Hobbs, and that's sort of, I mentioned there was like about eight people who were on the boards of many different companies. And the jury at the Old Bailey found him guilty of various stuff and things and sentenced him to 14 years in Portland, which was quite harsh condition there. Yeah.
Most Victorian jails were. Or Edwardian jails were kind of...
He was released in 1906, at which point Lord Northcliffe offered him a regular column for his memoirs. And he died not long after that. About 10 years actually. He got a job as a mining consultant. God knows why.
Why?
And I mean, I can't remember if I was aware of this first time, but just scrolling down Wikipedia, there's still a number of places around England that are named after this guy specifically, and various members of his sort of boards of musical chairs. Croydon has a Balfour Road in it. So does Ilford in Essex. There's a couple
Bloody
of places
hell.
in Essex named after members of his board. Granville
Orland
Road.
Fucking hell. His name
His-
has, however, been erased from the memorial plaques of Croydon University Hospital, formerly Mayday Hospital. Good. Yes, I approve. Croydon and Tamworth Road in Arthur's Hill, Newcastle upon Tyne, were built using funds invested from the Liberator Building Society, named in tribute of Balfour. For Christ's sake.
An extra wee sort of note in...
What the fuck?
In 1884, his father... his mother had already died, his father died. So he and his two brothers were executors for their estate, which was valued at £4,089. So, I mean, in those days, you know, a third of that was still a lot of money. And money that he sort of squandered and spent on extravagances like
hang on.
drink and grill.
I can translate that for everyone. So what was the amount again? 4,000 odd?
4,089 divided by 3.
I'll just do the whole amount, then we can divide up later. So about 4,000 odd pounds back then would roughly be about 500,000 today in today's paradigm, essentially. So they probably walked away with 180,000 each, roughly. So that's a fairly sizable amount. They wouldn't get taxed on it, obviously, but yeah, that's a fair amount. Most to use Boris's language, probably spaffed it up the wall.
Yeah. A few other wee tidbits just looking about. So, as a businessman, according to genealogy reviews, Balfour held at least 14 directorships. He also sat on the bench as a magistrate.
What? He was a judge?
He was a judge, yeah.
That was a judge.
That was a judge. It couldn't have been... I don't recall this. I'm not challenging it, but to say that it couldn't have been a big part of his life.
Probably not. Maybe that. Thankfully, yeah. Christ Almighty, that's just terrifying to think about.
He built some stuff on the Isle of Wight, around the sleepy fishing village of St Helens. There's another. If you're ever in London, down on the Strand. So I've visited this place, but I'm not sure what it's called now. So it was to be back 100 and what? Oh God, 40 years ago. The Hotel Cecil. It was one of the largest accommodation establishments in Europe when it opened, with more than 400 rooms. It overlooked the embankment gardens between Savoy Place and the Victoria embankment with views of the Thames. While the Strand facade remains today, the majority of the building was demolished in the 1930s to make way for the large Art Deco Shell Mex house. Doesn't sound
Is that
fascinating. Let's see. It might well be. Yeah. Well found.
I once I get into the swing of things, I'm actually quite a good typist. I was a typist when I was younger. But because of fingers, I'm not as fast as I used to be. I still kind of am, but years of honing, doing research and stuff, especially online, it all comes flooding back to me in certain points. My God, that's a grand staircase. Look at it.
It has also served as the RAF HQ.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And
Oh, lots of
I mean,
buildings. I've got lots of buildings. I've got staircases like this. Trust me, I've been in a few of them.
yeah, I mean, a number of Balfour's developments were in London, so in the city of London. So, no, these weren't cheap. These were.
Oh
opulent.
God, no, 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 no. Wow. That might be from the time period. Wow. Ooh.
Very nice.
Yeah. You have to remember the concentration of wealth down there is just astounding to the rest of the UK. We've basically been defunded to basically fund off most of these buildings and most of the South Bank essentially for the landed gentry and all those other scumfugs.
You may also want to run a search on the National Liberal Club. If I remember correctly, it has one of those inside a building, kind of control your view, sort of virtual tour things. Yes.
Oh. That's an Liberal Club. Oh my God, I've seen this. This has been in an episode of the Sweeney.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. They lots of different things got filmed in the more swankier parts back in the 70s for like the Sweeney and other ones, the Bell as well at times. So they all got filmed with sort of heist episodes and shit like that. Holy fuck. No. Would you look at it?
Oh yeah. So I think I was possibly right at the far end of that room. There was like a couch.
Around here?
Yeah. If you actually go onto the Liberal Club's website, they will have one of those inside a building scopes. They should do.
Well, oh.
According to islandecho.co.uk, contemporary reports described Balfour's Liberator Building Society as an octopus with tentacles everywhere. His business empire, when it came crashing down in 1892, was found to have combined debts of 7 million, £750 million in today's values. Many people lost entire life savings. Some investors were driven to insanity. Hundreds were ruined. So it was a really horrible deal. I guess try clicking on rooms and facilities. Maybe the virtual tour's gone now. But I'll take you in. Oh.
My God.
Yeah, look at that opulence.
They're a different breed, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
It was. I mean, I'm just a sort of a kid who lived in slum bedsits for most of his 20s. Like to sort of end up in there for just a few hours was the oddest. One of the oddest juxtapositions of my life.
Look at that, the terrace. I must admit, it does actually look, that looks pleasant.
Yeah. But also it looks like that shot of the Tory terrace when they were having a non-distanced COVID meeting.
Is that food? Does that look like food? I don't think that looks like food.
That's candles, surely.
It looks nice. But, again, I am not a liberal. Klein Entertainment. Oh God, how many connotations can we come up with? This candle smells like my breakfast.
I believe you tell me off when I make jokes like that.
No, don't worry about that.
Oh, here's a fun fact according to Wikipedia. Balfour plays a central role in the tabletop game Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective.
I've played it.
Yeah?
I've played it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, come on, I'm a nerd. I used to be a DM, for Christ's sake. I've done Dungeons and Dragons when I was younger. For about 8 years of my life. Oh, I'm not joining the liberals. Go away. I'm a fucking communist. I always find that poppy weird. I love the Scottish one better. I get the oak leaf, yeah, the symbol of England and blah 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 and all that stuff. That poppy looks odd to me. Always has.
That whole facial hair thing looks odd to me. Oh, I just remembered one of the things I said when I was muted. Is my microphone too loud? Chat, can you let me know if my mouse is too near the microphone or whatever?
No, apparently not. Sorry. That was naughty of me. Oh my god, now it starts burning. Fucking hell. What was that? I had it timed. 45 minutes. Fucking hell, that was deep muscle damage. Yeah. Oh! Rejoice, comrades. Orchestran. Hi, darling. You know those heat sprays you get for like muscle cramps and stuff like that? Andy?
Uh-huh.
You know those?
Yes.
You spray them and stuff. I've got an endless supply. I've got another 3 cans somewhere. I can see 2 of them up there. The other ones, oh god, it's in my backpack in the bedroom. Fucking hell. So I spray that on mostly my knees, sometimes my hips, and I sprayed it on my right knee after today's excesses of walking, far too much walking. And it's taken 45 minutes for it to start burning, because that's how you know how deeply it's penetrated. When it starts burning, it means it's actually trying to fix what's wrong with the muscles around the knee. So that's kind of deep. So the longer it takes means how deep the damages went, or the strain, or whatever. What is she wearing? That looks weird. I like bright colours and everything, but it looks kind of odd.
Oh, a couple more found facts. Jabez Balfour's portrait was hung in the National Gallery.
What?
It's still there. The National Gallery, yeah.
Oh, I have to find it. I'm going on.
They've got to have taken that down. I mean, that was probably hung there at the time when he was an MP.
It might be like the National. Is it the National Portrait Gallery or just the National Gallery?
I've just got the National Gallery here, but
if it was the Portrait Gallery, would have said the National Portrait Gallery.
Yeah, but I'm working off my script from which I was using. So if you don't know me or missed last week's, I spent a lot of time writing comics and graphic novels, and this is part of the research for an aborted series. So I do have a comic book script version of this. So yes, and comic book scripts have to be, when it comes to dialogue, have to be very concise.
They do, yeah.
Oh, it's here. I found it. and I think it's that one by Spy that we were sharing. The cartoonist, yep. Oh yeah, I was actually on this page earlier and didn't even notice. Yep. That's just, well, Katie had that on screen earlier, that NPG link.
Oh, was it that one? All right.
Two different coloured. There's a watercolour and a chromolithograph.
Ooh.
The other factoid I was going to share. Let me just find it. Oh yeah, so yeah, he was in Parkhurst for a while, and he was in Pentonville. Tried at Bow Street Magistrate Court. But other London buildings he had a hand in were specifically his project. Whitehall Court. I think actually the Liberal Club is part of Whitehall Court. So that whole kind of row.
It's down that way and round there and wraps around again. So it's the Americans would call it a block essentially, but it's like three or four different streets. So it's kind of oblong, really.
And the Liberal Club was very much kind of the centrepiece of that Whitehall.
It is, yeah.
Block. But his building company was responsible for all of that. And another was a Hyde Park Hotel, which I think the Hyde Park Hotel's still there, maybe? Or maybe there is still a Hyde Park Hotel, surely.
I'll check. I'm going to your link. Give me a minute. Orchestran can be our London reference as well. Darling, you've lived in London, haven't you? We have Andy Luke on tonight, my dear.
Hello.
Update your calendars. I took down last year's. I still haven't put up my actual calendar. He is apprehensive allowing me to take out my map tax. But he might not have a choice.
Sitting beside me is my Christmas tree.
What?
My Christmas tree.
Bad Andy. It's February. Get that dealt with. That one. Alright, yeah, it says, yeah. So the main one that they've put on has... Oh, Leslie, what... Oh, fuck it, allow all of them. Sod it.
So,
Leslie
remember that if you have me back next week, Katie, I'll take a couple of minutes to tell you about that cartoonist. Because he ties into another story. Oh, here we are. So, I think it is... Oh, yes. So, what was the Mandarin... What is a Mandarin Orient Hotel in Hyde Park? I'm just going to put this in chat here and take all your viewers away. Except I've skipped it incorrectly. Nope, it's happened again.
Huh? Oh, it's that one.
So if you run a search for the Mandarin Oriental
got
Hyde
it.
Park. Yep, you've got it. Oh, great. Because it seems Andy cannot use the internet properly. Yeah, actually, that's not my fault. I'm not sure what's going on with that Wikipedia link. Because there's a comma in the URL, and there probably shouldn't be.
No, the way the comma works in URLs, it directs to the most literal or the closest, and sometimes it is very misleading. That's how people end up going down dark sort of internet highways and shit like that. So you have to be precise for certain things due to the various reasons.
So I think I might have been to this. I had a huge list of addresses from various researchers, and I just took a couple of days in London just to walk around all these linked addresses. So yeah, Hyde Park Court, him and his builder James William Hobbs were involved in.
It's a pretty looking building.
Owned by the Harrods people at one point.
Fucking hell.
Visited by several members of the royal family. Actually, I suppose this would have been just in Jabez's lifetime. The year he died, Queen Mary was there, and Edward VIII, as well as Max Aitken, 1st Baron Beaverbrook, who was a contemporary of Northcliffe.
Beaverbrook was scum. I don't like that man. He was best friends with Churchill. Ugh.
Yeah, he was another press mogul, Evening Standard, Sunday Express.
Yeah. Oh, I know all about the Lord Beaverbrook.
And his dad was a Scottish Presbyterian minister, so
Yeah.
he's a traitor, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
Take him up to the top of Ben Nevis and throw him off.
On some of the faces of Ben Nevis, he might survive because the way it's fashioned. Out of there's 3 main ones, but there's 5 altogether you can chuck him off of. 2 of them, he's toast. I've never climbed it, and I don't intend to. Just going up and down stairs nearly fucking ended me today.
Well, me neither. To me, it has like a mythological status. My father used to volunteer for the Mountain Rescue.
Did he?
One year he went to Ben Nevis, climbed Ben Nevis with a group of other volunteers. So in my home as a teenager, there was a very steep set of stairs upstairs, and right at the top there was a framed photograph of my father at the top of Ben Nevis. So it's been drawn.
Oh yeah, so he's put it metaphorically at the top. That's a sense of humour from your dad there.
Ben Nevis is the highest point in the UK, and nobody can tell me any different.
It's one of the highest in Europe, essentially. There's ones on the main Europe that are higher than us, but the Ben Nevis is one of the harder ones to climb. If you want mountains, everyone, come to Scotland. They say they have mountains in England. No, they don't. They have hills. Sorry, England. Wales has a mountain. A mountain. Sorry, Wales.
Yeah, I wish I could say something really bullish about Northern Ireland, but actually I can't.
Mourne, they look gorgeous.
I mean, yes. The Mourne mountain range is beautiful, and one of the most accessible entry points to it is in a small town called Newcastle, which is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, not during the winter because it's like got a really bare sea and you're getting completely showered, but it is lovely. Here in Belfast, or well, I'm just outside Belfast, but Belfast's highest point is Divis and Black Mountain, and I'm not sure if that's still not sure if that's one mountain or two. I think it might be one. I have actually climbed it a number of times. And while it is a bit
my sister-in-law would disagree with you. She's from Ballycastle. It's two. She's done both
yeah,
of them.
but Ballycastle's mostly hills, though, isn't it?
Wait, no, she's older than me. They grew up in Belfast. They're Catholic Republicans, so they escaped. Their dad, my sister-in-law's dad, basically, nope, not doing this because his sons were flirting with actually joining the police, and he panicked and literally bundled them up in the space of like a month, basically like 3 weeks or something, and just moved them right up to Ballycastle to stop that from happening.
Right. Ballycastle's nice. You've got Rathlin Island just off the coast there, which is Northern Ireland's only populated island. It's a lovely little boomerang-shaped island with about 120 people on it. And it's like somebody has scooped a bit of the countryside up and thrown it into the sea. So you're climbing a wee hill one moment, and the next moment you've got a spot where like 4 oceans meet. It's quite awesome. And Ballycastle.
I will not be showing those photos, but my sister and her wife have been on Rathlin. My sister-in-law has family on Rathlin.
Oh, really? I worked out there about 2 months. I volunteered at the hostel. So if you ever go over to Rathlin, don't mention my name. Lovely people there.
I've been invited. It's an open offer for me to go and visit them in Ballycastle. He said, you don't even need to pay for a hotel or anything, Katie. You can come and stay with me. So that's my sister-in-law's mum.
Fantastic.
Oh no, she's got a lovely big house because she's big family. Lots of kids and lots of grandkids and great-grandkids, oddly enough. But yeah, if I wanted... I keep on meaning to go over. Should be easy.
Katie and chat, if you'll allow me, I'm just going to take a break to have a stretch, say goodnight to my 12 gerbils.
I'll be here.
Be back in a bit, about 10 minutes or so.
Cool. Yeah. Carry on, my comrade. I will find something fun. Oh! An actual human voice. Let's play that. What the? No! Oh, don't fucking frame drops again. Go away. Sorry for the frame drops, everyone. I do apologise.
Horatio Bottomley.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Horatio Bottomley. Oh God.
Horatio Bottomley. Horatio Bottomley.
No, that's fine.
Horatio Bottomley. Horatio Bottomley. Horatio Bottomley. Horatio Bottomley. Horatio Bottomley. Horatio Bottomley.
Wasn't responding, so just get rid of it and bring it back. Oh God, damn it. Yeah. I do apologise for this. So both of your yeah, I'll put this one on.
Was it, brother? Hi, hello.
Hello, my lovely people. Hello, my lovely people.
Hello, you lovely people. Right, we got some. I want to say it's good news.
2 minutes.
Hell, 2 good news stories in like a week. Well, in 2 days. That's incredible. I've just finished watching Hannah Spencer, a Green Party candidate for Gorton and Denton. So she's like in this battle, right? This fucking David versus Goliath battle. Go on, girl. Yeah. So Vlada, I showed Vlada, my wife, I showed her a video of Hannah speaking and a video of Matt Goodwin, the Reform candidate, speaking. And I said, she didn't know anything about it. So I said, what's your first impression? And what was it you said about Matt Goodwin, the guy?
He looks too proper. So
you didn't say that. You said he looks like you said he's a dick.
Yeah, he's a dick because he looks like he has evil intentions, you know.
Yeah.
Coming and talking about, I don't know, lower class people being so in a suit, everything.
Yeah. So this is I've obviously followed Matt Goodwin for a long time, so I've seen him, I'm well aware of him, I know a lot of what he talks about. And I just come across Hannah Spencer, well, literally, today, maybe yesterday. And she gets up, right? I watched Anthony Jones, he's a friend of the channel. I watched him do a little coverage of it. And she gets up and does her speech, right? And she pulls out a bit of paper. She says, I was up till 2 a.m. writing this. I was able to get the day off of college because she's a plasterer, plumber, whatever, training to be a plasterer. Real, genuine working class, on the tools kind of person. And she does a speech. Clearly doesn't have media training. I mean that in the best possible way. She gets up, she's holding a bit of paper, starts reading it, and she just wrote it from the heart, right? She hasn't wrote it through think tanks or written it through consultancy firms. She has just said stuff about her life growing up in Manchester, and it's quite emotional. You watch her talking about it, she doesn't say anything groundbreaking. She just talks about what life is like being a person in a community you love. And it really comes across, all the stories she tells about it. And I'm just looking, I watched Matt Goodwin's video of him. It was just him talking about HMOs and how there's illegal migrants in HMOs. That's obviously what he loves. Illegal migrants is obviously his term for refugees, legal refugees that he doesn't consider refugees, right? So there is just the dynamic we're at, right? This is it's a real David versus Goliath. It's a really interesting story, a really interesting competition. This is going to be, obviously it is just a seat in just a town. I'm sure it matters a lot locally to people in Gorton and Denton, but globally, obviously, it's one seat, right? But what it is, it represents a lot, because it represents a Labour Party who have snuffed out the most likeable person that could have run for it, which was Andy Burnham. Even myself, I don't mind Andy Burnham. I quite like him. He's definitely done good stuff in Manchester. They snuffed him out because Labour have become this absolute tribalistic, authoritarian party who hate the left, anything slightly left, and they are meant to be a left-wing party, right? They're gripping on to power in the most sad way. It's pathetic, right? And they snuffed out the guy who would have probably won it and it's so close-minded, because it's purely to keep Starmer, because Andy Burnham would have taken the seat and then probably challenged Keir Starmer. So it's nothing to do with the people of the town, nothing to do with the country, it's purely to keep Starmer's power. That is it. So they're putting party politics above the nation. And that is, insane. So now it's opened the door between Greens, who are obviously to Labour's left, and Reform, who are to Labour's right. The two populist parties. But obviously, Reform are not, real popular. They're not like working class. They're not homegrown. It is literally all privately educated millionaires who have had long careers, a lot of them in media. And why this is so interesting is because Matt Goodwin is from a town not too far from where I grew up, which is St Albans, which was known as the fucking posh towns, where the poshos were. And he grew up there, privately educated, went into academia. It's just like pure elitist kind of mentality. The way he speaks, he's just like, he comes across like a prick, right? I can't help but say it. He comes across like a prick, and he really doesn't have any charisma. He has like middle manager energy, where he sort of seems like the guy who would fire you. He would say all of the polite things when firing you and be like, look, I'm really sorry, this isn't a decision we wanted to make. We didn't make it lightly. However, unfortunately, we are going to have to leave you. You're going to have to, you're fired. I'm sorry, I didn't want to say it. We obviously had a great, he's one of those kind of people, like a real, I don't like him if that's not coming across. Whereas Hannah just seems like a person who grew up in the town, right? Grew up in the town and is with no, she didn't have media training. She doesn't know the talking points, the wedge issues like Matt Goodwin does. Matt Goodwin, despite his charisma, understands the wedge issues. He understands the political climate. He's got all of the reform talking points dialed in. These reform talking points were cooked up in think tanks, backed by billionaires, in collaboration with Steve Bannon and the MAGA playbook. They all know what the fuck they're doing, right? They understand it. He is like a robot, like an AI that has been programmed with all of the successful right-wing talking points. And then obviously parachuted into a town in Manchester to go and see if they can win it for reform. Whereas she is just a person of the community. Like, she grew up there. You can see it. You hear it in the things she says. She'll reference the local Tesco's. She'll reference local things. She made this one bar, it cracked me up. She said, like, I know every lamppost, I know every bin, because my dog has pissed on every single one of them. Which is just hilarious, which isn't something Matt Goodwin is going to be capable of even comprehending the thought, because he's a robot. So it's going to be really interesting, because obviously, despite my critiques of Matt Goodwin, he has a shit ton of money behind him. They have all been through the GB News pipeline. They've all been on all of the big TV shows. He has a platform. He is well known globally. Like the international far-right globalist movement, they all support people like him, and he has a massive following. So this is really... And Hannah Spencer, she doesn't have even a Twitter, or her Twitter's like... I don't think she uses it now, which isn't good, Hannah. Hannah needs to fix that. She needs to get on social media. But if she can do it, it will be like the people of the town winning against the most nefarious characters that are really only in this to basically build their own careers. I think that's what Anthony Jones was saying in his coverage of it. He was like, for Matt Goodwin, this is just a career advancement. He just needs a seat so that he can elevate his career so he can climb up the far-right ladder, which is very lucrative. That's all he sees it as. Whereas for Hannah, and you can hear it when she speaks, she really wants to do something for the town. She talks about, the price of rent. She talks about making buses free for under 25. She talks about stuff that affects local people. And it would be incredible. It would be such an incredible win if they can do it. But obviously she's up against a massively well-funded, well-coordinated machine of far-right politics. So we'll see. We'll see. What you can do is, if you're from Manchester or you know anyone from Manchester, just send that video. I'll link it below her speech. But just try and get them, to be aware of who she is and get her name out there. We have a short period of time, so really anything you can do, just sharing videos about her, and just getting the message out, contacting people and saying, look, reform are shit, just give them a fucking go. At the end of the day, it's a seat, right? For the local community, having a reform person in charge, he's not going to do shit all for you, obviously. Whereas Hannah is focused on local issues. So I would say, try and get through to people. message them. If you have time, money, resource, try and get out door knocking, try and get out leafleting. Just engage with people, talk to them, listen to them. Don't judge them, don't try to convince them, but just say, here, we're from the Green Party. I'd love to get you to engage with our politics. Come listen, come talk to us. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Come to some local meetings. Really try to do what you can, because this would be quite a win. It'd be quite a moment if we can get this one. So yeah, some good news.
Make them eat the returning ballot, so everything gets recorded for any by-election, any general election, any sort of vote here in the UK, in the 4 constituent nations. Fuck it, let's do a campaign. If he loses, he has to eat the returning ballot, a symbolic representation of it, because the actual hard copy goes back to the Electoral Commission. But yeah, make him eat it. Ha! Naughty girl that I am. Oh god, he's going to lose. He's going to lose. He's going to lose, everyone. He's going to fucking lose. Andy, do you be here?
Hello, hello?
Oi, oi. Shall we?
I am just grabbing a cigarette break, so, and then I am good to go.
Excellent. Did you hear that? Did you hear that one that I played from Jimmy the Giant? She's going to beat him.
No. What was that?
Jimmy the Giant. I think you know him. Do you recognise the name? He's a YouTuber. He's amazing. He used to be in the alt-right.
Is this the one who got into a spot with Tommy Robinson?
Yes.
Robinson had tried to use Jimmy's name for something.
Yeah.
Or it attacked him, and Robinson, actually Lennon, got his arse handed to him in a plate.
Exactly, yeah.
And I see actually Lennon has endorsed the Reform candidate for Denton.
Yeah.
Much to their dismay. Of course.
Oh, come on. Surely him being a plummy voiced fucking twat is going to be enough. He doesn't hold any discernible connection to Manchester itself, or Gorton and Denton at all, and he's from St Albans in Hertfordshire.
I posted a link on your Discord to a video by Colonel Demo, who, I find his stuff a bit too aggressive, but he knows his shit, and he's come up with the brilliant tagline, "Grafter v Grifter," which I think should be a hashtag for this whole campaign, and basically any Reform Green campaign.
Oh, I like that. I like Demo. There are certain similarities between maybe on Kernow, the Cornish people, and Scots. We are of similar mindsets, like Celtic nations. Who does think it? So I vibe with Demo so much. He is amazing. I love him. And I say to him every now and again that I borrowed this one. He said, "Carry on. You're bringing people to me. Carry on, Kate." Thanks, Demo. Demo's amazing. I love him.
Yeah, I just followed him on Blue Sky tonight. Got a follow back, actually. Very nice. Very nice of him. Yeah.
Oh, Demo's brilliant. Love Demo.
I've always felt that on what used to be called Twitter, on what is Blue Sky, the protocol is you don't need to follow somebody back. It's entirely down to your discretion.
Yeah.
So it's always nice when you get one.
Oh, I might need I really should post I'm on Threads, but I don't really go to it that much. Blue Sky, yes. I'm not on the hell site. It can go and fuck itself. I'm not going into that Nazi hellscape.
If you would like a little chill break, I have a request. I think it's about 12 minutes long.
Yeah. Carry on.
So when I visited Glasgow a week or two ago, and I got to hang out with Katie and Random Scottish History, and we visited the Barras marketplace in Glasgow, and Random Scottish History has put up a video of our visit there. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if you have already.
I haven't. I didn't know.
I think it just went up tonight. So
Random's got it there. She's there.
Might be worth a watch. Just to see.
Where is it? Where is it? Haha! I've got her book. Oh, she's amazing. I love her.
Shared with her blessings.
The book is brilliant. I've been reading it. It's going to take me a while to get through it because...
and there's also Linlithgow Palace and Blackness Castle. And I'm still editing my videos on those, damn it.
Are you?
So
no rush. No rush. It went up 4 hours ago. Out and about! Oh, Jenny. On Surreyed.
Oh. This is where we met, Katie.
World you want is great. Many more will take the place of all these Belfast.
Ah, Keys.
And Pride Britannia. Black and white, black and nigger. How in we go. Seven tons of flame, they would shine on our white steel. And by the shine and blade, pray on said, and wire and something will be true. When the morning broke, and the wildfire shook, I was holding the foggy dew.
Every song seemed to
Closing up for the night.
Nice to meet you.
Sun setting in the background. This is like the arty section. This is the Barra's art and design section. That's what BAAD is. Right.
Is Katie just be free now? It's a lovely old building. There were some absolutely fantastic toys. There was a 7-foot model of Harry from Resident Alien.
Yeah.
Amazeballs.
That's the Barrowlands. It used to be a dance hall. It's now a gig. It's now a gig venue. Essentially, a venue in Glasgow. I have been to blah amount of gigs. I did used to go to a lot of gigs. Metalhead, by the way. Hello. I have saw Iron Maiden in this place. And I've seen them in the Scottish Exhibition Centre, which is... So from where that is, go down and towards the river. So about 2 miles away. The Scottish Exhibition Centre is fucking massive. And a band befitting, obviously, Iron Maiden. But yeah, I've seen Rob Zombie, Garbage, and Fear Factory. And Thunder, oddly enough.
That's a good swag that day.
Ah! I wasn't here for this portion, by the way, anyone. But I've been to Linlithgow. Whoa. Good choice from Jenny.
This is
What did you think of Linlithgow?
Yeah, really, really quite astounding. That's the pale, that lock's called, is referred to as a pale.
Yeah.
There's a lot of parts of it are still, like as you see on screen, covered in girders, but there is a tower named Margaret's Bower. It's not technically a bower. Margaret Tudor climbs up there, allegedly.
Citation needed. Yeah, but we're not going to get the citation.
Waiting to see her husband, her beloved husband, come back from a battle where he was killed. Yeah, citation heavily.
Should be waiting a while.
Font size 24. But beautiful, yeah. And we had, as you can see, we had a really nice day for it as well.
You did. You had lovely weather. It was a bit dreary and overcast for Barras. Glasgow. Yeah. In winter.
There's a main courtyard we may see on this video, which has a fountain right in the middle of it.
It does, yeah.
Just
it's gorgeous.
Beautifully sculpted figures.
Hello, Jen.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm so good.
Why are you here?
Because we're here seeing Linlithgow Palace.
Yes! Oh, Linlithgow Palace is so beautiful.
We're going to try and find Aki's and Andy. Yeah. They're up at the top of St. Margaret's Bower, apparently.
Yeah.
So we need to find that.
I want to show you something.
Sanctuary, kind of stuffed geese and mallards and the bunny rabbits running about, and you can fish in it if you've got a permit. That's how protected it is.
Get frames, get to fuck. I do apologise about the dropped frames, everyone. Sorry.
I think this is Backness Castle, which is maybe a half-hour's drive away.
Road dependent.
Yeah, so it's kind of by the sea, and a lot of the materials that came in for repairing Linlithgow came in by Blackness.
Hi, Andy.
Oh no, we're still at Linlithgow.
You're still at Linlithgow, yeah. I have been to Linlithgow 3 times. 3. Twice when I was at school, and once as an adult with a former partner. Haven't went with Super Happy yet. Relatively easy to get to.
Look how high we are.
Yeah. Not looking.
And my guide on this, Aki's, is quite seriously mobility disabled. He was walking all this with crutches, and he climbed right up to the top of this tower. It's just like, yeah, so proud of him. Aki's, if you're in chat, say hello.
And with the Aki's, I wouldn't be able to get up to the top anymore. I'd go and visit it, but I wouldn't be able to climb much.
Look at that
Like
voyeurism.
Yeah. I'm getting dizzy just looking at it, fucking hell. No sense of balance, and I have vertigo, everyone, so no. I ain't climbing anywhere. Least of all a mountain or the top of a castle. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure the views are gorgeous and everything. Scotland, after all. But no, I don't think my knees could handle it anymore. And I'm in danger of falling off.
Although it looks like a fortress, this was essentially, it was a Butlins for royals.
It was, yeah.
Pleasure palace, holiday home.
Oh, if you want to see fortresses, you go to the coast, especially up here on the west coast, because the Lord of the Isles. So basically, the one of the main clan chiefs was called Lord of the Isles, and there's they're called martellos, but they were basically fortifications, and they're just big stone structures that are fucking tall, so they can look out over everywhere, over the seaways and over the land as well, to see any approaching army and things of that nature. And I've been to the Wallace Monument. I haven't climbed it because I took one look at those stairs and said, fuck off. You should maybe come back and I can take you to the Wallace Monument if you want to climb it. You'll be doing it on your own. I'm not climbing those stairs, they're too steep. And the hill up to Stirling is fucking... Oh, I'm liking this. I should like this. Stairs like that! Evil! Follow Andy. That's an order.
Yeah, Jenny sure knows her music.
Say again, Andy?
I said Jenny sure knows her music.
She's chosen well. The one for the barrels was spot on, and this one is really quite fitting for Linlithgow. I'm curious to hear what music she's chosen for Blackness. The one that I would highly encourage people to go to from my neck of the woods up in Perthshire would be Glams. It's a bit difficult to get to. Easier for drivers. Oh, no problem, Davinia. Thank you as always, my dear.
Thanks,
Stay
Davinia.
hydrated.
See you again.
Not necessarily with alcohol or cider or anything. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. I say that to you. Stay based. Free Palestine. And follow random Scottish history and Andrew Luke. Screen Cleaner is amazing.
Thank you. It is coming back soon. Ish.
Oh, we're fine waiting. Take your time. But you've got life to deal with, obviously. And I can be here instead. And I can give them my brand of philosophy and me ranting about shit. Obviously, in the lead up to the Holyrood elections, I'm going to be ranting a lot, I think. Quite the cinematographer, Jenny, you're amazing. Here we go. These are all lochs, by the way. There is only one lake in Scotland, and it's called the Lake of Menteith. God, it's been years since I've been at Blackness. Correct.
1 second.
Apparently, Sophie, Jenny's neighbour, was filming and walked into a wall and fell over.
Oh, Sophie. Ouch. The average height back then, when most of these castles were built, would be like, for men would be what my height is now, which is 5'8". And women were way shorter, between like 4'10" and like 5'4" or 5'5". Don't get me wrong, the upper echelons, like the nobility and all those people, they were all above 5'8", up to about 6 foot tall. Don't believe what they say about Wallace. He was about my height, which was back then kind of tall.
I had to watch my own head around a few of these entrances.
Yeah, you have to be careful. The next time you come over to Glasgow, I'll take you to the Province Lordship, which is basically where one of the how do I describe what this place was? One of the overseers for Scotland back in the day used to live in this place, and it was built in like the 1100s.
constructing it into another company, which he then liquidated within 12 months. Just diminished the value of the shares so he could bring them back, or persuaded enraged shareholders to take shares in another sort of fake company. He came up with the phrase, actually, boomlet, to mean a little boom, and that remained in popular usage for a few years. He had a country house in Sussex called Upper Dicker, where he had race horses. He was determined to win the Derby and the Grand National. He won a few races, but he didn't get anywhere with those two big ones, although he did do a fair bit of betting on those races. In one instance, he bet £40,000 on a horse, and this probably didn't work for him, but you know what, it did attract media attention, that sort of excess kind of thing. So he'd already tried to enter Parliament as a Liberal candidate for actually I can't remember where. Well, in 1900 he tried again to enter as an MP, this time as a Liberal for South Hackney. The Tory majority was over 3,000 at the time, but with the help of his friend Tommy Cox and a number of other miscreants that he had recruited into his inner circle, they would turn up at opposition meetings and, like, just by word of mouth, badmouth the other candidates, or defend the accusations being made against Bottomley.
Christ's sake.
He also got it into his head that, as these frauds sort of came up, word got around about these, and people passed the word around. From time to time, people would make public pronouncements about Bottomley's trustworthiness, and so from time to time, to maintain his reputation, he would bring them up to the Old Bailey about these accusations of fraud and blackmail, and he would get awarded damages. This happened in 1900. He won £1,000, and it was just because he was that good an orator. I mean, he was probably lying through his teeth, but the judges liked him. He by his own words, he claimed
for
that his legal prowess,
for some inexplicable reason, they liked him.
He claimed to be the best lay barrister in the land. He claimed people referred to him as that. I'm not sure.
Christ almighty. This is who we're descended from, everyone. Rejoice. A grouping of villains and swindlers and politicians. And capitalists, oddly enough. Industrialists and all that kind of nonsense.
You'll like this one, Katie and Chad. The Sun newspaper is not the first title to hold the name The Sun. I think there was in 10 years between the Sun newspaper we have in Britain today and the original Sun newspaper, which was a product of Horatio Bottomley.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. It was an evening paper. So he bought this in 1902. It was an ailing. It wasn't doing so well. He turned it around to some extent. Just to reinforce how active he was in the courts in defending himself, during the period 1901 to 1906, he started 50 companies and defended 60 bankruptcy petitions.
What?
Yeah. I haven't got a citation for that one strictly, but it sounds not too far from the truth.
It sounds very plausible, because a lot of this stuff is still hidden from us. You've heard of the 50-year rule and stuff. Certain things aren't released from Hansards or from government archives and stuff for security reasons and all that fucking bollocks. It's usually to protect the British state, not the government. Not the government changes, obviously, but the British state, the actual living, breathing thing that can be classed as the United Kingdom, essentially, or Great Britain, Northern Ireland. No. Certain things have been shielded, kept from our prying eyes, essentially. He said, "No, you're just covering up your indiscretions, you bastards. Release it all, you fucking..."
In these days, there was no internet. I mean, you just had to go with whatever newspapers you could get in your region and had the time to go through. So, you didn't... if you weren't thinking of investing in one of his Australian gold companies, you couldn't just run a Google on it, right? I want to read from a blogger called Andy Minion. Not me, I'm another Andy Minion. But, I mean, getting in mind of Frogman and his gold companies, I gotta wonder. So this is on Bottomley. Many of these gold mines that he had set up companies around didn't actually exist. He was running a straightforward fraud whereby rising share values of the real gold mines would cover up the black hole of the fakes. The beauty of the whole scheme being that if he told someone their gold mine had folded, they were hardly in a position to go and see for themselves. Personally, my knowledge of Australian gold mining is so sketchy that if he'd told me it had all gone tits up because the magic elephants had eaten all the miners' marzipan hammers, I'd have just thought, oh dear, that's bad luck, and taken the hit.
You couldn't get away with that these days because we can actually... They're globalised watching now, essentially. Thank you, Global Hegemon, for that one. At least we can actually track you bastards now, to a certain extent, at least. But back then, no, you literally just had to take it on faith, which means, yeah, you're getting robbed. Crying out loud, these villains.
There were two really big things happened to Bottomley in 1906 that would he'd probably be better known for. So the first was he successfully ran for Parliament under the Liberal banner in South Hackney. His friend Tommy Cox ran a number of dirty tricks. He went around defacing rival posters. They directed horses down the high street with saddlecloths reading "Vote for my owner." Tommy Cox recruited 50 men to march out to the Tory Challengers constituency meeting in steel-toe cap boots and drown out the speaker. Let's try that. That's not a bad idea, really.
Don't trust a Liberal, they will betray you. What the fucking hell, man? That's mad. That's just fucking madness. The audacity of some of these people, crying out loud.
Yeah. Yeah. The other big thing was he met with... Oh, excuse me. The proprietor of Autumn's Press. I don't know if Autumn's Press is known to you. I vaguely recall it.
It's ringing some bells with me, but I delve fan wide and kind of deep at times. Certain things just click immediately and it all comes flooding back to me. It's kept in the recesses of my mind, essentially. But such faint sort of bells ring with me with certain things. So I might have read it at some point during some of my research. But yeah, it sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling.
The proprietor at that time was a guy called Julius Elias, who was certainly aware that Bottomley
Proprietor
wasn't
of
the
Autumn's.
most honest.
Oh.
Yeah, Elias was aware Bottomley wasn't the most honest, but that he had journalistic talents and he had a charm about him. So he decided to take a chance and invest £50,000 in a new magazine. 50,000 copies was the initial print run of John Bull. And I'm not sure if so you know of the figure of John Bull, this swaggering image of Brittendom, and I suspect that cartoon figure and the name might come from Bottomley's publication rather than pre-existing before that.
I will bring up images. I'll just pause you for a second there, Andy. John Bull.
Oh yeah, I can talk to the end of this while you bring up some John Bull images. Essentially, what we're talking about with John Bull was the birth of the modern tabloid. It was cheeky, it was vulgar. The publication mantra was, "If John Bull says so, it is so." It was base. No, not base, because base is good now. But it was bottom-feeding journalism, the very sort of worst of the...
John Bull, everyone.
Yeah.
Nah.
Populist. Another tagline was politics without party, criticism without cant.
I'm trying to find the most famous. Ooh.
It was a weekly paper which specialised in spicy reports of murders and divorces and in the merciless showing up of vice and graft. He supplemented this with regular competitions for its readers, which required a small entry fee. Those fees ended up in Bottomley's pocket, and the winners announced in the magazine were entirely fictitious. Another old story. Again, he'd shamelessly promote himself as a champion of the underdog.
Nigel Fathers!
Yep, 100.
My God, these sort of people never fucking vanish, do they? They never sort of just crawl off back into the shadows or under a rock. How do we deal with them? Obviously, we don't get out of this life alive. No violence, please. No violence, anyone. Obviously, we all die. Yeah.
He wrote open letters to the king in John Bull stating that the Parliament should be run by successful businessmen like him. Frogman? Is that you? And similar to the Prime Minister. And readers were allegedly sucked in with that. And there's plenty of good evidence to come on how sucked in readers were. And we only need to look at how populism is received in Britain through reform.
Correct, yeah. A lot of... My God, is that... That's like George, isn't it? My God. That's quite an image.
The paper painted itself as the enemy of hypocrisy and corruption, so making him therefore a credible popular political figure. A paper of anti-party thinking for business-like methods in government, and the centre of the organisation, the John Bull League, which was essentially set up for Bottomley to promote himself.
Yeah.
I mean, if we look at that image on the right,
the
This figure Bottomley does, or this figure John Bull doesn't look a million miles away from Bottomley himself.
It doesn't
In terms
actually.
of the girth and the facial features, yeah.
World War One soldiers. Bloody hell. Yeah. Oh God. I have a violent reaction to it's called the butcher's apron for many different reasons to us Scots and to Irish people as well, obviously, and certain English as well. I get it. I understand. I have all sorts of horrible thoughts going through my head about what I want to do to the Union flag at this point, but I'll be a good little girl, and I'll keep on saying no violence. I like this one. Yeah. Look at this. Look at it. So Gibraltar, obviously, we still have that, but Ceylon is now Indonesia, and the Bermudas are basically part of Caribbean. It's more than just a fucking... it's pretty much most of the fucking cake that you got from India, so that's just wrong. Is that a didgeridoo to represent... Like, and you saying Canada's a puppet? Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, this sounds familiar, that Canada might have been one of his victims in print.
Bloody hell.
The Trumpian, isn't it?
Yeah. I love the look on the face of the stylized Frenchman there. Look at it. Fucking hell. And Uncle Sam towering over all. Fucking hell.
Actually, I've hit upon another quote from that same blogger, a guy called Alan Minion. Portraying himself as a fierce patriot, he founded John Bull. He used to attack anyone who wasn't as patriotic as he was, which was everyone. Labour politicians, Tory politicians, Liberal politicians, foreigners who lived in Britain, foreigners who lived abroad, Britons who lived abroad, Britons who lived in Britain but had once enjoyed a very nice cup of tea with someone whose sister had once thought of speaking to someone who had been abroad. Yeah, I must find this writer, Alan Minion.
What the fucking hell?
Yeah. That's some good writing. But I mean, he, as a populist does, all these sort of horrific kind of traits, this racism and fraud and just lies, were also thrown in with like lively entertainment. So there was a heavy emphasis on crime, but also on sport. Like one regular, so the open letter I mentioned was a regular feature of the paper. So there would be some famous person like Rudyard Kipling, and they would, Bottomley or one of his staff would chide him for failing to take some political act which would benefit workers. And the way the articles were written gave the impression that Bottomley knew them personally. Another one was the John Bull Exposure Bureau, which employed a team of retired policemen and private detectives to investigate corruption in government. There's a number of tangents you could.
My God, they'd be knackered.
Yeah. I'm thinking of both. Was it Robert Jenrick who went on the tubes looking for fare dodgers?
Yeah, it was that wank. Yeah, that was Jenrick.
Or that sort of Yaxley Lennon.
Yeah, that sort of. Yeah.
BS. But also, like.
It's so fucking
the
dumb.
News International, the whole phone hacking scandal when cops and PIs were just employed wholesale to tap phones, and everything that came out in the Leveson inquiry, and it's still coming out.
Oh God, I've forgotten the name of the podcast. Sorry, my dude, I've forgotten it. I'll need to go through Turn Left and No Justice's past videos, but she's spoken to the one who was actually doing the spy cops, and he found some revelatory things about Jenrick and Stephen Yaxley Lennon. I do not use his pseudonyms because he's got like 5 or 6 that we stylized Tommy 10 names. Is that am I remembering this correctly? Irish parents?
Not sure.
He's got an Irish passport for the Republic.
Yeah.
So he changed it to Tommy Robinson because it sounds more English, apparently.
Well, he was born in Luton.
Yeah.
Yeah, his mother was Irish.
His mum was Irish, all right. Because he holds a Republic passport as well as a British passport. No, Stephen Yaxley Lennon, thank you. Don't call him Tommy Robinson, because that's one of his pseudonyms. Legally, you can change your name to whatever you want, but for legal purposes, I will not give my fuck it was Katie Little, now Katie Marshall. Good luck trying to find Katie Little on the internet. I've basically scrubbed her. She doesn't exist anymore. She was a degenerate and a metalhead and a drummer. She is dead. I miss playing the drums. Fuck. But you can do that with Tommy Robinson, by the way, because legally he used those names in court proceedings, which means it gets recorded by the court reporter. So anytime he uses that, you have what he's calling himself for that day and what his legal birth name is. Because I'm married now, Katie Little no longer exists. Katie Marshall exists. And they equated me with my older version that they kept on doxing me for, the Department of Work and Pensions and some doctors I've dealt with in the past. No. Katie Little doesn't exist anymore. She's gone. It's only Katie Marshall now. Right. But you can look up court proceedings and you can find everyone's name that's ever fucking happened. As far as the records goes back, which is about the early 1700s. For Scotland, it's a little bit more tricky because we had a nasty habit of burning our documentation to disinherit people. For reasons. Can I give money to that person who use it to do blah 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 and blah, like most of these people do, and they can change guises, but in the modern era you can't do that as much now. Legal apparatus exists for reasons. Don't let them put a brick in place, but yeah, there's an entire fucking wall confronting most of the people of this country. Rather.
I've just noticed there's so there was another swindler of this age, Ernest Terra Hooley, E.T. Hooley, and I've just done a Wikipedia search on him and noticed that.
Can you spell it?
This.
Was it
I will put. I'll put a link in our Discord. Talk. If you check the Discord chat, there's a link in there in the numpty verse. Talk.
Numpty verse. There you go. Bring it. Ah.
So I can't remember much detail about this guy. It'll be on Wikipedia there, but there seems to be a sort of a Jabez Balfour type thing going on. So allegedly he and Bottomley knew each other from this time, and that they would hunt in couples. I would find old men of a bit of substance and sort of exploit them. And
Oh, I like
they
that.
play up the speculation aspect.
Financial promoter, fraudster is occupations. Is fraudster an occupation?
Is what an occupation? A fraudster?
Financial promoter and fraudster. I wasn't aware that was an occupation. I thought that was a criminal.
They would also get young fellas who had a bit more money than sense, and they would sort of isolate them and pitch to them how rich they could be if they invested in one of the companies that Bottomley or Hooley ran. And when they realised, they were sort of people from the sort of stock that when they realised they'd been swindled, they would also never dare to admit that they'd been swindled.
Yeah.
So could always be counted upon for further contributions in the hope of retrieving their losses. It says, I don't remember the source, but I have a page number, so that'll do. One of them was induced to part with 327,000 in the hope of making $1 million.
What the fuck? Rinsed, I guess.
It also says, just on a random one, Bottomley was an MP at this point for the Liberal Party, hanging out in the National Liberal Club, built by Jabez Balfour. And his liquor bill was £100 a year, which, again, I might need your maths for that one, for how much that is worth today.
So what? Basically, turn of the century, so like 1900s, essentially.
Yeah.
So £100 back then, between 10 and 12,000 a year, roughly.
God. And remembering that the Liberal Club bar, the liquor would have been practically free anyway, so that was quite a lot of liquor.
Oh yeah. Once you paid your membership, you could drink what you want. There was scurrilous stories about certain MPs getting basically bundled into hansom cabs or horse-drawn carriages, essentially back in the day, or towards the 1920s, 1930s, getting bundled into taxis to take them back to their swanky digs and stuff. Completely shot, just ruined themselves, blind drunk, some of them, and standing members of the House of Commons or the House of Lords. So yeah. Once you've paid, you can drink and eat whatever you like. So no, these people are degenerates as far as I'm concerned. I love my pleasures, don't get me wrong, but I know when to stop sometimes. I will be back momentarily. Auntie, please entertain.
I will. I've got some stuff. Oh yes, so he was about a year into publishing John Bull, which was a success straight out of the gate. And he was taken to court on charges of fraud and embezzlement, and managed to successfully defend himself. The next year, he was charged with conspiracy to defraud, And again, he got off the charge because his bookkeeping system was a mixture of quite fabricated nonsense, lies, and also all over the place. It was total chaos. And it was because of these factors in his bookkeeping system that he couldn't be convicted of conspiracy to defraud that year. So in 1910 he decided to stand in South Hackney constituency, made a huge victory over the Tories. He decided to stand as an independent, and using the celebrity of being the editor of John Bull, formed his own party, the John Bull League, which we referred to earlier, and that's a banner that he stood under when winning in South Hackney. And I mean, John Bull was it was proper tabloid. He was publishing. I mean, I'm sure there were some truths in what he was, the accusations he was making. There was a number of solid journalists working for him. He published an article regarding bad living conditions on a reformatory training ship on the River Mersey, and asked certain members. Asked Churchill to conduct an inquiry, which Bottomley then accused Churchill, his underling, a guy called Masterman. Bottomley accused Masterman, who was conducting an inquiry, of a whitewash, and then began a personal vendetta against him, which essentially ruined that MP's career. Frequently attacked Labour man Arthur MacDonald, and just like one of his modern day Boris Johnson's, there was frequent acts of racism appearing in John Bull. There was suggestions that Africans were walking in the woods with local ladies in an evening. That local Reverend Hughes was alleged to have fathered an illegitimate child by a Congolese woman. At which point this Reverend decided to sue Bottomley, but lost the case. Again, Bottomley's sort of sway with the courts put a stop to it. And the religious institution, because of this whole scandal, the subscriptions dried up. The remaining students had to go home to Africa, and the following year Reverend Hughes was declared bankrupt and died in a workhouse. So
I have returned. My God, I've been listening all the way through. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, he's Teflon. He's got this Teflon quality, hasn't he?
Yeah. These people are scum.
I mean, it did catch up with him in 1912. He got his first serious blow. He had to go into bankruptcy, and he had exceeded his assets by £200,000, and he couldn't. There was at this point, figure exactly 233,000, and this was a setback to him. Because of this, he could no longer remain an active MP. He had to apply for the Chiltern Hundreds. Do you know what the Chiltern Hundreds is?
It's ringing bells. No, please remind me.
I cannot. I think it's some kind of like poor fund for MPs who have been put on the bankruptcy thing, where they get some kind of state benefit or something. Let's do a quick. Appears to be a, geographical region. Yeah. Oh, disambiguation. Okay, I love disambiguation. A position used as a procedural device to allow resignation from the House of Commons. So, that's all that is, yeah. Essentially, he had to go. The other thing was that he had a flat in Pall Mall, so he had to take his pieces off the Monopoly game and didn't go to jail. But had to resign from Parliament. One of the writers this did not prevent him living well. At this time, John Bull had been typecast as the Bible of the average sensual man who did not believe in conventional politics, assumed capitalism was right, and was interested in horse racing, boxing, drinking, and so on.
It was ringing bells with me. These come from the Rotten Boroughs, by the way. UK politics sucks. It's sucked for hundreds of years. So lots of these rotten boroughs used to be in this area, which is in the Chiltern Hills, essentially in England. And lots of them were rotten boroughs with population of 5. So it was a get out clause, essentially, if you've been proven to be doing nefarious stuff. So you used to get one of these rotten boroughs. You may have been a person of good standing, but you used to get sent to Coventry, if you wish, is one of the other ones as well, which is part of the rotten boroughs as well from back in the day. Fucking hell. UK politics sucks so much. We've been living with this for fucking centuries. I don't know what I'm going to do to change the system, and I'm going to try my best. It infuriates me so much that these things, these procedures still exist, and technically they can still be used, but they just step aside like Boris did, and hopefully Manfrog will in the future.
So, Katie, my voice could probably do with like a 4-minute break, and I was thinking, would you like to bring up the Edwardians video?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe play the first little bit of it. So, essentially what this is, in 1972, the BBC had a dramatisation about famous Edwardians, and they made an episode on Bottomley. It's about 80 minutes long, and it's very slow in places. So we're probably safe from the copyright holders, but because it's so slow, it might not be the thing. But I mean, Timothy
is it called
West,
the Edwardians?
Yep. Just put in the Edwardians, Horatio Bottomley, or it's
Okay. Hold on.
And I am just going to take a quick bathroom break.
No problem, I will play this. Behold the stars.
I have not had your advantages, gentlemen. What poor education I have received has been gained in the University of Life.
Holy
All the
fuck.
same, by the time I'm done, there'll be 3 Horatios in the history books. Nelson, that fellow who held the bridge, and yours truly. And who is representing Mr. Bottomley? May it please your lordship, I shall conduct my own defence. Is that wise? Well, I hope so. And looking around me, it's certainly in the interest of economy and space. Looking around me, I can only agree. Very well. Proceed.
May it please your lordship, I appear for the Crown in this case, assisted by my learned colleague.
Yes, we know all that. Let's get on with it, shall we?
As your lordship pleases. The accused stand jointly charged with conspiracy to obtain money from the shareholders of the Hansard Publishing Union Limited and the Anglo-Austrian Printing and Publishing Union Limited. Charges to which, as you have heard, they have all pleaded not guilty. The facts of the case are these. I'll be as brief as I can.
Please.
At the instigation...
And yeah, most judges were that kind of age. It's kind of changed now. There are some younger judges, some even younger than myself. 46, by the way. Nearly 47. But yeah, most of the people who got to be on the bench, which is what literally it is a bench, were all fucking decrepit old bastards. Men, mostly. God forbid a woman should be seen in court unless she's the criminal. We were excluded from polite society for reasons. Because we are women. Make it make sense.
Of Mr. Bottomley, the Hansard Publishing Union was formed with an initial capital of £500,000. Before this venture was established, and indeed the Crown's contention is that it was never properly established, Mr. Bottomley and his fellow directors formed the Anglo-Austrian Printing and Publishing Union. This too had an initial capital of £500,000 and purported to have business interests which it intended to develop in Vienna. In essence, the case against the accused is that not only have they managed to lose the whole of the capital in both the companies, £1 million in all, in a remarkably short space of time, but that more remarkable still, they are unable to account for this enormous sum of money. And most remarkable of all, you may think, the Crown will prove that the accused have no assets of any kind and have acquired no property in Vienna or anywhere else for that matter with their shareholders' vanished million. And when
yeah, this slow in places, like this animation.
Who was present?
Myself.
Oh, don't worry about it. This is fascinating. Anything before 1992 is copyright free. We don't need to worry about getting cucked. So you don't... I've lost my YouTube privileges. I'll get them back on Wednesday. So my stream, which I'll start on between 11 and midnight on Wednesday going into Thursday, I'll be fine. I'll have my YouTube back. But anything pre-92 were all saved because it was a BBC production company. We hadn't outsourced it yet at that point. Funny that, everything changed when Major came into power. Wonder why that happened. These people are scum. Seriously, I hope the Tories get a kicking in the elections in May. They fucking deserve it. So do Labour, obviously. The polls aren't looking good. The Reform have climbed 2 points in the last sort of week up here.
Grifter v. Grafter.
Form a meeting?
Huh? Yeah. Yeah. And for fuck's sake, the one he's got running Reform up here in Scotland is an ex-Tory peer. So he can't even... He's not an MSP to begin with, so that's going to be interesting for him. And if he leaves his peerage and leaves the other place, he has to wait for 5 years before he can enter into Holyrood. Ha! So even if they do win and get constituencies and take the majority, I have faith in the Scottish people, obviously. But God, no. I know Lord Orford. I've had dealings. I've researched this scumfuck before. Tory, obviously. You have to know your villains. You have to know your enemy. And the minds are vast and everywhere.
Well, you've heard of a man being beside himself.
I'll not enter into a contest of vulgar abuse with you.
No, you wouldn't, Shine.
Yeah, we just have to be better than them.
After all, you're handicapped. Wit is the eloquence of indifference.
Which is easy for us.
I wish I thought of that.
Obviously.
I wish I had, sir, but since I can't recall who did, at least I can't be accused of plagiarism. The Hansard Union was just at the point when the very coping stone was being put on. When these debenture asset corporation shareholders, these money lenders with their 20% in their pockets, swooped down upon the institution, took advantage of a temporary difficulty, took advantage of all surrounding circumstances to say, we must step in for their protection. Such was the blasphemy that was spoken to the Hansard shareholders, who, all believing and all infuriated against myself, swallowed every nostrum that was put forward and allowed this wreckage to take place.
You will bear in mind that Mr. Bottomley conducted his own defence, in my opinion, most ably. He has told you how his companies were savagely attacked by the very persons one would expect to stand behind them. He has frankly admitted to mistakes and errors of judgment which he was in the process of rectifying, all of which you may think points to the honesty of his motives. Now, that is the real thing. A man is entitled to an acquittal. A man ought not to be told by the jury, we're giving you the benefit of the doubt. On the contrary, he can say, I claim the right to be acquitted if you are not satisfied. That is the right every Englishman has. Gentlemen, consider your verdict and tell me on this case now before you whether you find these defendants guilty or not guilty. Members of the jury, have you considered your verdict?
We have, my lord.
How do you find the defendants guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, my lord.
And is that the verdict of you all?
It is, my lord.
Well, that makes 13 of us.
How?
I mean, it's a very old playbook, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Those ones there are the enemy. And accuse him of the things that we ourselves are doing.
So for our own self-interest, we find him not guilty. We need to change how this works. We really do. Fucking hell. You're older than me, aren't you, Andy? You don't need to say your age.
22.
Yes. I'm fine with everyone knowing my age. I don't care. Essentially, according to a lot of people, I don't look my age, which is kind of a blessing. Most of, other than my sister, my middle sister, she got plagued with they're called plukes or zits, if you wish. I've always been relatively free of them. I have breakouts, stress breakouts of like zits and stuff, but I've got good facial care regime ongoing. The main thing that worries me is that I'm basically Casper-esque. I do actually go kind of transparent at times, or blue. Rather delightful.
And this first scene is a very good sort of indication of how a lot of life was for Bottomley, like a revolving doors around the courts and just managing the charm judge and jury.
Have him come in.
Oh, what you saw happening there was a business card getting sent. The butler essentially ate the cump, if you wish, giving it to the judge. So, as a way of introduction, that's how things happened back then.
Yeah, who you knew made a huge
Yeah.
difference.
The patronage and all that
Right.
sort of bollocks. Yeah.
We're about to see an example of that, which would be like a recurring theme throughout Bottomley's career. Also apply to Farage, Maxwell, Johnson, etc.,
Yeah.
etc.
Sir Henry.
Mr. Bottomley, allow me to congratulate you on the way you acquitted yourself.
You acquitted me?
Don't tell me you've come to say you want to change your plea. Even with the light relief which you afforded, I couldn't bear to go through all that again.
Nor I.
I take it this isn't merely a social call?
No, I need your help.
In what way?
I'm forming the Hansard Relief Fund, a reconstituted company. I wondered if you'd care to preside over it.
Respectability at a stroke. And I'm almost tempted. But no, I'm bound to decline in the circumstances.
Pity?
You should read for the bar.
Oh, I'm too old for it. Which is not to say I don't anticipate spending a deal of my time in court.
I don't doubt it.
But I have too many outside interests to take it up professionally.
Well, it's been a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Bottomley.
Mutual, Sir Henry.
Here, have these. They may serve to remind you of your first, though I'm sure not your last, lay victory.
The law's just like acting.
By the way, you're only meant to get them once you pass the bar. So that's rather significant. The judge giving those two things, which is a horsehair wig and the legal code of the country. Delightful. Yeah, you've just given a major fucking fraudster the keys to his own release. Or victim. Delightful.
Well, again,
God,
create the problem, create the reaction to the problem, create the solution. Yeah.
It's like a cycle, it never fucking ends. Like I keep on saying, we have to deal with these bastards.
Reason you and I get
We
along.
really do.
One reason. That'll do for Mule.
You're mine.
I asked Sir Henry if he'd fancy presiding over the reconstituted company.
Oh, Butty, you never.
Well, why not? He might have said yes. As it is, he made me a present of his notes and wig.
Well, after he'd acquitted you and everything.
How you managed to get away with it, I'll never know, Chief. I reckon it'll be a while before anyone tries prosecuting you again.
Yeah. All the same, let's not tempt Providence. Might be as well to let our publishing interests lie fallow for the time being. Or hang it all apart from the publicity, we've earned a bit of relaxation.
Well, we're having it, aren't we?
We may have earned it, we've got nothing to pay for it.
My credit's never been better. More champagne.
The way you go at it, that will not last long.
Well, then I'll start another venture.
What?
I haven't the least idea.
Yeah, what about me?
Oh, there you are, thinking, my love. Don't look so worried.
I am worried.
The trouble with you, Tommy, is you will go hunting opportunities. It's a waste of time and energy. Opportunities present themselves. The trick is to recognize them and exploit them when they come along. In the meantime, enjoy yourself.
Cheers.
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 So he's that kind of person. Delightful. They're all grifters. Delightful.
I think Timothy West does a really good job of portraying him.
He does,
he's obviously
yeah.
He's read beyond the script for this character.
He must have done the same research that you've done.
Yeah,
which is,
you know, I had one of those when I was on the research trail. I had one of those beautiful moments you get as a reader and researcher. I walked in, I was searching books everywhere on these characters, and one day I just walked into a really well-known Belfast second-hand bookshop that I'd been in a dozen times before looking for this very book, and I walked in through the door and I turned my head around to look at a column just by the door, and the book, there was a book on Horatio Bottomley, very rare book, just sitting there out in the open after me searching for it online everywhere for years. It was just right out there.
My God, nice one. It's great when that kind of thing happens.
Yeah.
Like I used to back in the day, but he does it now. Super Hubby, that is. He goes and looks through the charity shops and stuff for books that we are missing, because a lot of the books that we need are like sci-fi and fantasy from like back in the 40s to like the early 70s. A lot of them are out of print because a few of them have either taken themselves out through drug or alcohol addiction, or one famously wrapped himself around a tree on his motorbike. It was going to be an entire series. There is 2 books, and because he'd only got into the first 3 chapters, like typed up essentially, that's it. They couldn't go on. The people who came after this writer couldn't carry out. It was the Cascara, if you want to look it up. He wrapped himself around a tree, unfortunately. So we've just got the first 2 books, and we can't get them again because all those future stories basically died with him. It's a bit of a shame. Mind you, in saying that, we've got Philip K. Dick was prolific, so we've got most of his, but we're still missing some of them. We're going to have to pay the import duty because the Avenue of Americas in New York is the main publishing district in New York for basically the globalized book market, essentially. We have to pay the import duty from the States. So the book itself only costs, the books, the ones that we're missing from Philip K. Dick, are like between £5 and £10. Fair enough. I have no problem paying that. The duty to get those books into the UK is over 40 quid. I'm not paying 50 quid for a fucking paperback. So what I might actually do is hit up a couple of my American friends if they go and visit New York to just go and buy them for me and just pay the postage. So they pay it and I give them the duty back, essentially. I've got offers from friends over there. You saw her in chat, CJ. She'd be amenable to doing that. No time constraint on her doing that because you can go and get a copy of them if you want. And I'll help defray the cost for her. CJ's awesome, I love her.
I wonder should, because it's 25 past 2 and we're about halfway through the Bottomley story, I wonder should I move on to, so we're just sort of on the eve of the First World War, which Bottomley would play a big part in as far as Britain was concerned. I mean, so John Bull was already quite active on a pre-war on the international front. For example, he would run racing lotteries through the paper, operating them from Switzerland to get around the law. And so the
naughty.
Swiss office would get like huge bags of money allegedly. There's a really interesting story here from unimportantblog.co.uk. I'll just read it wholesale. Just before the First World War, Mr. Horatio Bottomley, the British politician and horse owner, carefully devised what he considered to be a sure way of winning a fortune. His plan was beautifully simple. Prior to a race at Blankenberg in Belgium, he bought all 6 horses entered. He then hired 6 English jockeys who were given strict instructions as to the order in which they should cross the finish line. Leaving nothing to chance, Bottomley backed all the horses as a final precaution. All was going smoothly until halfway through the race, when a thick sea mist blew inshore and engulfed the whole course. Jockeys could not see each other, and judges could not see the horses, and those that finished it all did so in a hopeless jumble. Mr. Bottomley lost a fortune.
Mother Earth defying a bastard. Fucking love it.
So, like, when the First World War broke out, Bottomley used the John Bull paper to totally go full on 100 Jingo to sort of embrace that, with dire consequences for its readers. He was the soldier's friend, the soldier's champion. He was perhaps the greatest unofficial recruiting operative in Britain. But it wasn't that way going into it. He actually, despite all the racism coming out of John Bull, he was also using the organ to completely oppose the war until about a week in, when it was completely inevitable and he did a complete turnaround.
Yeah.
Just the full sort of demonization of the Germ Huns, calling the Germans living in Britain to be exterminated, having a go at people like Ramsay MacDonald, leader of the Labour Party, for preaching appeasement. Just full on, we, the British Empire, as a chosen leader, shall travel along the road of human destiny and progress. So, I mean, one of the big things he did was he, as well as using John Bull as a recruitment thing, and he would also set up speaking tours, which netted him an awful lot of money and like huge audiences. The John Bull's circulation rose to okay, I'm not quite sure how to say this number. 1,500,000 in words. 1,500,000. Yeah. So very much in the
I'll put it in
the
chat.
public eye.
Did it look like this? Oh, no, not to.
Yeah, it was 1,500,000.
No, wrong one. No. Chat. That's at 1.5.
So I mean, just a few weeks
That's
in.
big. That's big. That's a big circulation. I don't think anything has. I don't think anything has that sort of circulation today. Cause the internet. That's a large circulation, man. Fucking hell. That's essentially propaganda, right?
Right. Just a few weeks into the war, a London actor, manager, and author called Seymour Hicks, who'd been reading John Bull, came to Bottomley and invited him to make a recruiting speech at the London Opera House. And he told Bottomley that he had drawn more people than 2 cabinet ministers who had recently appeared. And bringing in Bottomley's kind of showmanship, the whole evening became like a variety night, a pageant with music hall presentations bolted on, a play, a popular singer. Bottomley had a whole speech thing called the Prince of Peace bit, which he recited. So a little excerpt from: "If the British Empire resolves to fight this battle clearly, to look upon it as something more than an ordinary war, we shall one day realise that it has not been in vain, and we, the British Empire, as the chosen leaders of the world, shall travel along the road of human destiny and progress, at the end of which we shall see the patient figure of the Prince of Peace, pointing to the star of Bethlehem that leads us unto God." So yeah,
God, I just got shivered in my spine. Christ. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, this crowd at the London Opera House attracted 5,000 people, while another 15,000 waited outside.
What the hell?
So this was just the first in recruiting meetings all across the country. I'll get to it, but we are talking close to 400 recruiting meetings during the space of the First World War. And of course, Bottomley was charging for each of these patriotic lectures.
Yeah.
Or variety performance. This source, Everything 2, says he made £27,000 during the course of the war for these jingoistic performances. I mean, he these rallies, he even like wrote a play where there would be like a sort of an effigy representing the Kaiser, and he would be put on trial, and Bottomley would perform himself as a lawyer arguing the case against the Kaiser and the German Huns. He was so sought after, the Sunday Pictorial offered him a writing job, put out huge posters of Bottomley at newsstands. I think, was the Sunday Pictorial, I wonder, was that Northcliffe paper?
I think it might have been. He's ringing that bell with me again.
He certainly worked for Northcliffe, the Daily Mailman. So yeah, all through the war there was a thing of this. You know, I've got loads of. One source says a record. Oh well, hold on. No, that source is Bottomley himself, so I'm not going to quote that.
An entire Carthage worth of salt for that one.
From the winter of 1915 until the end of the war, he gave a total of 340 lectures.
Fucking
however,
hell.
only 20 of these were recruiting lectures. He was very much pushing this. You know, he would still be doing sort of the attacking the government. So, I mean, some of this was justified in the case of soldiers not having the proper footwear and
uniforms and supplies and stuff.
And
yeah.
So, Bottomley used John Bull as a campaigning tool for getting Lloyd George and Asquith before him, wasn't it?
It was Asquith, yeah.
Organise that, yeah. You know, Katie, if you want to bring up on screen, if you go into our direct message in Discord for the graphic novel excerpt, that'll be really helpful in going through this period. So you find it, go into our direct messages, and it's one of the pinned messages. I pinned it earlier. So essentially, right, okay, 2014, 100th anniversary of the First World War, I get a submission into a graphic novel called To End All Wars. and write a piece about Bottomley, a 10-page piece about Bottomley's involvement in the war. The book goes on to get nominated for 2 Eisner Awards, which are the comic book equivalent of the Oscars or the Academy Awards. They're the best of the best. So, I'm insanely proud of that, although I was just one of 60 or 70 creatives working on the book.
Where is it? Give me a minute.
Let's see.
Behind her. Got it.
Oh, go. So, I mean, the constant theme is that the decent British people, especially the soldiers, are ready and willing to win the war, but are constantly let down to the feeble and incompetent government. Actually, that's the making of, Katie. If you want to bring up the comic strip itself, that's quite cool.
Hold on, give me a second. Is it that one? Oh no. Ah! Yeah, got it. I will join your Patreon on Tuesday, by the way.
Oh yes, it's on my Patreon, I forgot. But I made it public for this. So if you can find that, you are
Tell me when.
welcome to it. And I'm just going to post it in chat if anybody would like to check it out afterwards.
There we go.
So yeah, he essentially week after week after week using John Bull.
Oh, there we go.
Referring to the Gerb Huns, the Austria Huns. So one of the regular features was Tommy and Jack's page, a weekly tribune of the soldier and sailor. Our pledge: no case of hardship or injustice, no injustice of beggarly cheese pairing shall go unchallenged or unremedied. I don't know what that. I'm quite a fan of cheese and cheese pairing. So even it was constant sort of, to win through the victory we must make every German bite to dust. It was constant sort of calls for blood. Why drain Great Britain dry of its manhood until the coloured sons of empire have been called into the fighting lines to help bear the burden of the war? It's just really sort of vulgar speech. I mean,
that's disgusting.
To Reform, this stuff is much worse than Reform we're coming up with today.
Yeah.
Certainly of that vein.
You're really good. This is amazing, Andy.
Being beastly to the Hun was good business. Being fair-minded might be ruinous. The public were far more vehement haters than most of the press, and the press was far more inclined to hatred than official agencies. Yeah. So it essentially cut through this is called the lying demagogues of Parliament, and put stuff in much more vulgar terms, which actually needs to happen. And the other papers were fawning over him. The Daily Mail was all over him. Bottomley was constantly putting it about that Lloyd George was going to Number 10 was going to send for Horatio Bottomley to Churchill and Lloyd George were going to bring him in to sort out the war effort and to do it properly.
What?
And to supplement.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. To really sort of bolster his image, to supplement these recruiting hall financial schemes, He made visits out to the like the Grand Fleet. There's some photos on the making of this comic book where he's up on a warship with troops all around him. There's a really funny scene that's actually included in this comic strip of Bottomley's visit to the trenches. I think it might be the next page or page down. So Bottomley is down there on the trenches with the soldiers, and he's crawling through it. And
can I pause you a second? Can you explain this box here? This
okay,
one.
so this
is that Britannia?
This will, I think this is so these were the mock trials that Bottomley put on, where he would so he would maybe be the judge or the lawyer of Britannia versus Germany, and these were put on as part of his speaking tours.
Bloody hell. I love this box. This square is absolutely fucking amazing. It gets the point across really quite well. The representation of Britannia in all her glory with her trident and everything, and the representative of the Germanic hordes and all that nonsense, and him in the centre being the nice centrist, sensible Englishman.
Yes, thank heavens. Thank heavens for the lying fraudster centrist.
Yeah. Not that we have them.
The art on this is an artist by Rory Coleman, who was to work on a project about Trebitch Lincoln. We'll be talking about in a few weeks. But Rory Coleman got swiped from me by Marvel Comics, even though he was under contract. Bastards. But yeah, it really looks
Marvel
good
sucks.
At this sort of full screen size. It's a beautiful graphic novel collection. I think it's about £15 or £16 new, but it is about 400 pages. It's a proper big collection.
Oh, you don't need to worry about me. I'm a graphic novel enthusiast, or whore if you wish. But yeah, I've read many graphic novels and many comic books in my life, so that won't faze me. Myself at least. I don't know about my chat though. Any graphic novel enjoyers, please go and buy this. This is amazing.
Regular slogans included "Hang the Kaiser," "Make the Hun pay," "More swank from the Yanks." I'm just looking at this panel on screen now and reminded that they would screen Griffith's Birth of a Nation, ridiculously racist film, along with these speaking tours.
Woodrow Wilson aired that in the White House. Woodrow Wilson, you suck. For more than that, go and check out The Cynical Historian. He hates Woodrow Wilson for many different reasons. I love Cypher, he's amazing. He might be centrist, but...
The character in that panel with him, Henry Houston, has a bit of a part to play in his downfall, but he was one of the cadre of sort of journalists with dubious morals that Bottomley surrounded himself with.
A journalist with dubious morals? Never been known.
Well, some were those of dubious morals who could do some journalism.
Obviously, yeah. I'm not a journalist, I'm a commentator. I'm ecumenical in my ranting towards, obviously. I wouldn't debase myself by becoming a journalist. Sorry, that was mean of me. There are some decent journalists out there.
It was my profession when I was at school. Or maybe I just dreamed it could be. No, well, we do journalism much better than the so-called legacy media.
Oh, God, yeah.
We're their examples, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. We know how to do research properly. You need decent researchers and scientists to do these sort of research and deep dives. Obviously, we know how to read and how to make copy. Maybe. I try not to big up myself too much. I will just show myself for a second. Give me money. But please stick around. I do try to help people, so we can know who we are descended from, and the amount of villains that are scattered throughout British society and history. There's many of them, obviously. My God.
And what we saw with Bottomley this period was, it's a similar sort of slime to Frogman, that the establishment couldn't really keep him out, and he very almost got in. I mean, say they're having a lunch with the Attorney General, which did happen, and thankfully Bottomley never got into Parliament with any power. But I mean, it's a similar sort of, Frogman has probably had dinner with the Attorney General.
Yeah.
And that's how it started, or that's how it's an important factor in that getting into power.
Well, come on. Some of the people on the benches were taught that, by the bench, I mean the people who are actually judges, who have been appointed judges, oddly by Parliament and the House of Lords for reasons. Again, the political, legal and parliamentary system sucks. Fucking hell. It's been that way for forever. Good.
Bottomley's friend at this point, Henry Houston, did get seconded to Lord Rhondda at the Ministry of Food for working. So
bloody
Bottomley,
hell,
I think, was hoping to get in through Houston, which never happened, thankfully, and might have something to do
bullet dodged
with the wedge it developed between Henry Houston and Bottomley later. I think it's the next page. There's one of my favourite scenes in this strip.
Tell me when.
Let's keep going. Yes, it is. It's this next page, yeah.
This one?
So it chronicles Bottomley's visit to the trenches. And he's down crawling through the trenches with the troops. This big sort of this man who once said he was of such girth that people couldn't see around him.
He creates his own gravity.
So let's see. I'll maybe narrate this. Shell hole on the right, whispers the colonel. Then the chief or skipper, was how they referred to Bottomley. Then the chief whispers to the man behind. A mile on, the colonel whispers back, barbed wire. And Bottomley turns around. Barbed wire. Another mile on. Dead horse. Dead horse. And a few hours of this, and then he asks very quietly, how far away are the Germans? And the soldier in front answers, well, Mr. Bottomley, they're about 40 miles away. Bottomley says, then why on earth were you whispering? The soldier says, I'm suffering from laryngitis. And just Bottomley being too fucking stupid to realise this. I mean, so many soldiers must have had suffered from this. And the fact that he was out there every week claiming to represent them and just
he knew nothing about he knew nothing about them. My great granddad technically born great-granddad, so my granddad's father, Norwegian, but he moved to Scotland to work, married a Scottish lass, then they moved to Canada, but he did pick up a kind of a Scottish brogue, essentially. He was in reserved occupation. He was it'd be called a parkie now, but he was a horticulturist, and he done landscape gardening in Norway and in Scotland. So he was a reserved occupation. He didn't get sent. They needed him here in Britain, essentially, or Scotland. But at the end of the war, they fucked off. They went over to Canada, where my granddad was born, and he knew more about the people fighting in the trenches, his friends and stuff that he met and stuff when he moved over to Scotland to work. They were there suffering through this, and I remember my granddad telling me about him. He said he wouldn't have liked you being a Marxist. Seriously? No. Violently anti-communist. Your great-granddad. Fair enough. Decent enough, brilliant at his job. Apparently a good dad. Terrible father-in-law, my poor gran. I feel for her. But yeah, my great-granddad probably knew more than Bottomley did, and that poor soldier was probably suffering from the effects of gas. Because it shrinks your vocal cords, it stunts your lungs a bit, it clogs up your breathing airways. So it's probably not laryngitis, it's probably because his throat and his voice were actively getting destroyed, the poor dude. And lots of them came back like that.
Wasn't it that great, I don't know what's called, Great Flu or Plague of 1918 or 1920 that wiped out, what was it, like something like 20%?
It was the 25%. Technically it was 27.5. That was part of my dissertation. I studied that and mapped the different places that it hit. It getting called the Spanish influenza, rather disingenuous, rather nasty, because it actually started in Kansas. But that was yeah. Oh no! I can show you evidence. Yeah.
So
they were the scapegoats.
That had something to do with the First World War.
Yeah.
In some way,
because they weren't that they were involved to a certain extent, but they weren't that involved in the First World War. Far away from the major fighting and stuff. There were Spanish troops that were dotted about the place and stuff, but not a huge Spanish or Iberian, like Spanish or Portuguese presence in the First World War. That's why it got named Spanish influenza, because they weren't doing their duty and all that fucking bollocks. No, it started in America. That gets hushed up. I'm not going to let them get away with that one. I've actually done the research into it for my degree. Thanks. No, America, you're not dodging the bullet on that one, so fuck off. It took out 1/3 of the British troops, and it went for the able-bodied, not disabled people. It took out the healthy, young, virile men of the country. It was the first time that it happened that people died more of like plague or disease than of warfare. Throughout history, it's mostly been warfare that's taken people out, other than plagues. That was the first time that the casualty count came from disease and not from shooting each other. So no, really, America, I'm not going to let you live that down. Fuck off.
Decimating that generation. Yeah.
And now we've got a new plague, currently sitting in the Oval Office, that needs dealt with.
Yeah, Rhodas.
God.
Yeah.
I'm keeping an eye on the impeachment.
Oh, can't come soon enough. Yeah. Yeah. The biggest argument against America's gun laws, you know? If America wanted to hang on to guns, then Trump would be, you know, if that was a good idea, Trump would be gone already.
Yeah.
This was typical this evening news headline. Bottomley wanted, coalition fails
That's
to
a brilliant sandwich. I love it.
send for Bottomley immediately.
Immediately. God almighty. Why?
And-
No, just
and
leave
that was
Bottomley
probably
alone.
placed
Tell me
there
fuck
by,
off.
by Bottomley's people, or Northcliffe was entirely guilty of helping feed the cult of Bottomley. Essentially like Farage, the media didn't know what to do with him, and he was controlling so much himself.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was tough. When the war ended, there were a couple of things almost immediately that happened with Bottomley, which preempted his fall. So first, he climbed quite high. There was December 1918. There was an election in South Hackney, where Bottomley stood as an independent, challenging and defeating an Asquith Liberal. And his friend Tommy Cox came in with the usual load of dirty tricks, so that he Bottomley won by an 8,000 majority, and it preempted this sort of room idea he was putting around. Was essentially, in his own words, "I intend to return to Parliament and run the show."
Delusions of grandeur.
Yeah, very, very much. But, you know, if you think about how much the media have been talking about Farage getting into Downing Street, and, I mean, yeah, so a lot of that is put around by Farage himself, but also other
Obviously,
media
yeah.
are completely complicit in making it happen. And the same was almost very true of Bottomley.
They're called right wing rags for a reason. They're basically promoting the most dog shit fucking politics known to man, and they have been for the last sort of 200 odd years, essentially, since the Industrial Revolution, essentially. So yeah, never forget the Daily Express, the Daily Mail actually backed the British Union of Fascists, saying this is what the country needs. No, it fucking isn't. And these people existed then, during this time period.
Yeah.
I will say again, they're all scum.
I mean,
We still need to deal with them.
It was Rothermere owned Sunday Pictorial, and he actually kept Bottomley on with a weekly column after the war.
God damn it.
So he came back into the Commons with pretty much a clean slate. Hold on, I've just lost my place in this rather big document, but we're almost at the end of the story. He founded the People's League, which he promoted heavily in his magazine as the third party, the only real opposition. And then he had his kind of Chris Pincher moment, I guess. The thing that undid him, and it didn't come out of John Bull. So he decided he would use the magazine to sell victory bonds at £1 each. Whitehall was selling these for £5. But Bottomley said you could get them for £1 with the opportunity of a £20,000 prize in a sweepstake.
Alarm bells. Yeah.
So he, according to Parison Maguire, he spent nearly 42,000 on 2 other newspaper projects, both of which ran at a loss. from these sweepstakes, the John Bull Victory Bond Club. Well, the idea was so the government was selling the bonds for £5. At £1, you would get a fifth of a bond, as well as entrance into the sweepstake. Still, as you say, alarm bells. There's no sort of margin for error, and then you've got to find £20,000 on top of that. He almost, even despite making huge amounts of money during the war, he'd also just dodged another bankruptcy. There's the Edwardians film is very good at showing how just quickly he goes through champagne and fancy dinners and
not that happens
money.
at all.
He he had his booze habit, he had his gambling habit. It says in the Manchester Cup of 1919 he lost £40,000 on a single bet backing his own horse Ainsley in the Manchester Cup of 1919. So of course this sweepstake, there was all kinds of frauds involved with sweepstakes. The scheme, because John Bull was so hugely popular, the Victory Bond scheme was just an unimaginable success. Bottomley couldn't have been prepared. Police were brought in to control the crowds that were trying to pay for bonds, as much as £100,000 a day. He hired like 12 clerks to handle ticket distribution. He did not have a clue. And add to that, it being completely financially unsound in structure, and add to that him skimming money off the top. Like his earlier ones we've seen, he's skimming 95%. So this wasn't like the odd pound here or there. It's just like huge amounts. And if I remember rightly, it all sort of collapsed from within. Let me just see if I can find a reference, and it relates to Henry Houston. I mean, he at the time this was all going on. The Daily Mirror gave him a commission to cover the Unknown Warrior ceremony.
Oh, what the fuck! God.
This at the cenotaph, this guy was a rock star without any morals. It's completely amoral. He was massive. I'm just going to read a bit from my notes to sort of bridge the story and to help me get my thoughts back on track as to his downfall. So,
no problem.
Reuben Bigland, who was one of the John Bull staffers, appears before Bow Street Magistrate in June 1921 on a charge of having in his possession a 5% National War Bond, believed to have been stolen. He had refused to give his name and was remanded in custody. He returned a week later and demanded Bottomley be called as a witness. There was no proof the bond had been stolen. However, the police ascertained it had been issued to the prisoner's niece, who would make no charge against her uncle. The charge withdrawn, prisoner discharged. Bigland responded, "I do not want to be discharged. I want Mr. Bottomley to be called. I represent 250,000 people. You are discharged," said the magistrate. And next, Bigland wrote the downfall of Horatio Bottomley. So essentially, Reuben Bigland and Bottomley had this fallout. Bigland got furious in the vendetta, tried to call Bottomley as a witness to essentially give evidence against himself. When that failed, Bigland wrote this pamphlet, The Downfall of Horatio Bottomley, exposing the whole victory bond scheme and employing masked men to distribute it all over Britain. And if I remember rightly, Bottomley he was so kind of exposed and furious, he had to take Bigland to court. He was a Birmingham printer, so remember Horatio came from an orphanage near Birmingham, so it kind of came full circle back to Brum. Kevin would like that. But Horatio essentially couldn't lose face. He had to bring Bigland to court, at which point he was essentially implicating himself. He was falling into the trap Bigland had set for him. And once he was exposed, I mean, it wasn't hard to find that there was a huge scam underneath the victory bonds thing. Bigland also printed, you like this, very quickly, a second pamphlet called What Horatio Bottomley Has Done for His Country, which contained 24 blank pages.
Oh, I love that. That's fun.
So, Bottomley sued Bigland for libel, lost, and inadvertently gave away the whole story of the war and victory loan lotteries. He was tried in 1922 on the specific charge of misappropriating £5,000. The prosecution brought out that not only were many prize winners Bottomley's friends, but of the £493,000 handled in the loan lotteries, only 23,000 could be accounted for. Bottomley was sentenced to 7 years in prison. The magazine John Bull went on to other hands. And we mentioned E.T. Ernest Terence Hooley earlier. His name also came up in this trial. That Bigland said his son had been made an offer by Hooley of £20,000 if he were to withdraw his statements against Bottomley, and that the son or Bigland himself, maybe he went through his son, he refused the bribe. So this also came out. So there's an apocryphal story where oft-repeated tale of the prison visitor who came across Horatio Bottomley in prison sewing mail bags and casually remarked, "Ah, boy, Bottomley sewing?" And he replied, "No, reaping." So he was totally unprepared for prison life. He was in his maybe 62 when he went in. He weighed 17 stone and he was an alcoholic. In fact, during his trial, his brain was so drink-sodden they had to take breaks for him to go and have booze.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
So when he got out of Wormwood Scrubs, he was just this thin, frail shell of a man.
Be sure your sins will find you out.
Yeah. He his wife passed away shortly after he got out. His daughter left for South Africa. He took up with his mistress from his heyday, and was tried a few schemes to get back into this sort of showbiz persona that he crafted around himself. He did manage to get a play into the Theatre Royal in Drury Lane with Noel Card in May 1931. I'm guessing Noel Card must have been really young at that point.
He'd be in his mid to late 20s. Late 20s to early 30s. No Coward at that point.
Little bit of trivia. 50 years later, during pre-production of The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, American actor Henderson Forsyth was rummaging in a storage cupboard when a broken tuba fell on his head. Inside the tuba, he found Noel Card's missing wallet, which he lost during Bottomley's play. Curiously, Card's wallet contained a small photograph of Bottomley.
Wow. Cool.
But I think that's probably a bit of an exception in Bottomley's sort of success. I mean, he tried to do this whole sort of rekindle this wartime lecturing, and it kind of I mean, here's a review from London Daily News in September 1932. The strangest turn in the new non-stop variety programme at the Windmill Theatre last night was the appearance of an old man in a dinner suit who walked slowly to the middle of the stage and cast a sad and patient eye upon a puzzled audience. He told a little string of anecdotes from his parliamentary, journalistic and racing experiences. The occasion had a curiously disconcerting air of pathos. So,
wow.
He died not long after that review was written. While on stage at the Windmill Theatre, he suffered his second heart attack, and that was the last of him.
Do you know where he's buried?
Let's see, I'll just scroll down. Oh, he didn't actually die on stage, although that second heart attack that was on stage, that was the one that killed him. I don't. It must be recorded somewhere. So he pretty much spent his final years in poverty and I mean very quickly forgotten. For somebody who was the centre of attention for 20 or so years. I mean, even before the war, he was huge. So he died at Middlesex Hospital. His body was cremated at Golders Green Crematorium a few days later.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
73 is not bad, I guess.
Yeah,
considering how much he drank.
So I'm just reading, I don't want to get too much into the appraisal, although you're welcome to, but in Wikipedia under that section says Bottomley's obituaries dwelt on the common theme of wasted talent. And I mean, that's a really good jumping off point for me because, I mean, you look at the early parts of that and how competent and capable he was as a legal assistant and like just to be able to represent himself while clearly guilty dozens and dozens of times. I mean, he was a man of great talent, great oratory ability. He was just a scumbag, and none of that stuff means anything if you're a scumbag.
Correct,
So, yeah, wasted talent.
Shall we end? I'm feeling rather knackered.
Yeah, I'm feeling wrecked as well. We should probably take a bow. Is there anybody still? Have we one person in chat with us?
There's
we should probably
3. I've got 3 on my counter.
I've got 3. Bry, your guy, Davinia Robbins is back. L. Ron Hubbard and Orchestran. Thank
Praise
you all
be,
for joining us.
they're my mainstays. I love them. Elron and Orchestran. Praise be the pair of yous. You are amazing. Orchestran, I need to talk to you. Our constituency boundaries are changing. You might be caught up. You might still have Bob Doris. I won't. My current address is getting shifted. We're getting grouped in with Easterhouse of all fucking places. Save me. So Christ knows what MSP I'm going to end up with. Again, save me. Oh. But your postcode will save you. You'll probably still have Bob Doris. I won't. So we're getting split down the middle. Right down the middle of our street. Orchestran stays relatively close to me, Andy. We're both here in North Glasgow. So, because of the Boundary Commission being bastards, I'm losing. I quite like Bob Doris. My MSP's done relatively well for us. So, Christ knows who I'm going to be getting. With any luck, it won't be fucking Reform. Watch this space. I'll keep you all posted. Don't you worry.
Am I welcome back next week to tell you all about the history of cash for honours?
Yes, rejoice. It'll have to be Sunday though. On the Saturday, I will be cavorting with another brilliant door kicker friend called Nerdgeist. I've got a TTRPG called Magnate Malagast. It's like a D&D type game. And I'm going to be getting Nerdgeist to help me with it. And I've roped him in to be my main helper for that. It'll be on Discord. You're more than welcome to join us if you want to look it up. Just type in Magna Gothica Malagast into YouTube and you'll find it. It'd be glorious. And I do be punk and death metal coded. And necromancy coded, oddly enough. So feel free to look it up. You're more than welcome to join us. I will let everyone know.
Keep us linked, yeah.
Of course. Same for Jenny and Alex as well, by the way.
Send me a sub on something on Andrew Luke on YouTube. And if you click on that Patreon link, you know what? I'll tell you what you should do now, Katie. You should go to patreon.com/Andy Luke. If you join today, you will not actually pay anything until this time next month, is the way I have it set up. So you only pay on the first month. So so you've got what, a 30-day free trial. Just if you don't like it, don't sub. I won't take offense. And essentially I have a £1 or plus a 40 pence tax gets you the same rate as, you know, if you give me £10 a month. It's the same content for everybody. And at the moment it's just essentially early access to my travel videos, my gerbil videos. I should have a video on Press Gang, Stephen Moffat's first TV series. It should be at least an hour long, and that should come up over the next month.
Have you only got 2 tiers?
Oh, no, I should have about 10 or something.
Ordained preacher and minister of the interior.
Oh, there's a little just below. I see a little dot.
Where is it? Give me a minute.
Click on.
Oh, there we go. Company man. Philanthropist.
There we go.
Polymath-maker. 33rd degree bounder of highest... Oh God, I love that one. I can't afford that a month. But 33rd degree bounder of the highest order. That is a tier name and a half, man. I love it. Polymath-maker, I quite like that. I consider myself a polymath. Philanthropist.
I'll have to update those. Because I've changed. I'm mostly doing videos these days. But essentially, the £1 tier is the same as the £25 tier. So, yeah. But
you deserve all the money. You deserve all the money.
Top tier, I've been known to pay a bit extra. Yeah, and if you're doing like long-term patronage, if I, for example, have a book coming out and somebody has accrued a certain amount of contributions over however long, then I'll send out a copy of my new book or whatever. But hey, for now, yeah, it's free. Yeah, you won't be charged until the 1st of the month.
Fantastic.
Unless, of course, this is the 1st of the month. So
Yes.
you might still be charged, so maybe leave it until tomorrow, if you're not sure.
Well, technically, it is the 1st of the month.
Yeah.
So I'll
Leave
get
it
the
until-
first month free. I'll get all of...
24 hours.
I'll
I
give
hope
it...
so.
I'll have all of February, hopefully. Oh no, I know how Patreon works. I've got 2 other Patreons that I contribute to, and they're all based. The pair of them are based. It's Cane Skittles and it's No Justice. So that's my 2 Patreons now. I did used to have 6. I've culled 4 of them.
They're changing how Patreon works. So some of them you'll go in and you have to pay right away.
Yeah.
And that is how, at the moment there's a choice. So mine is set to charge on the 1st of the month.
Oh, no. I was one of the first ones to actually join a Patreon when it first started with someone. So they can't do that to me because I'm a legacy user of Patreon.
Ah, right.
Yeah, old heads like us, old heads like me, we've got a get out clause. They can't actually come for us because we were there on the ground floor.
Well, they're
you don't get rid of your base. Yeah.
From November.
All the new people are
Not
getting
until November. But 2 points on that. In March it'll be my 10th anniversary on Patreon, so I'm gonna have to do lots of cool stuff for that. Isn't that awesome?
Cool.
And point number 2, we need to get you a Patreon account so we can just contribute actual money on a regular basis, and like even just having a tenner come through a month and knowing that that's going to be there, it all accumulates. My Patreon subs have fluctuated widely, but I know that I can always pay my electricity bill or my internet bill when my patron comes through, and that's so wonderful to have, and just people to know that people care about me enough and the content that I make to put their money down on that.
Oh, your gerbils are worth it. Your gerbils are worth it alone.
Oh, I need a gerbil tier actually, won't I? I need to work out how much my gerbils cost per month.
Should be easy to work out. You know what they eat and how much supplies they need. I've got one of the main ones. I've got Kane Skittles. So Kay's the actual human. Praise be Kay. He's Canadian, but he lives in Manchester. And Skittles is his ferret. She is delightful. She is very chaotic, like most ferrets are. And that alone is worth it. Just getting the videos of Skittles being Skittles is just glorious to me. Plus, added Marxism from Kay is amazing. So I'll end the call. I'm going to listen to a couple of tunes. Then I'm going to read out. I'll reset myself with music due to the Victorian and Edwardian villainy. My God, I'm surprised he lasted until 73 drinking that amount of alcohol and champagne and probably brandy and port and shit.
His brain must have been a big fat booze sponge.
God, yeah.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and
You're
I
welcome.
will talk to you on the internet.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Andree. Always a welcome. I love you so much. Thanks for being here and educating us with my added side quips. As always, thank you so much. And yeah, we'll talk later. Feel free to jump back into chat if you want to. For some tunes.
Into a new universe I stroll. Strategist, I'll master the role. My crowned illusions take control. I'll wear your face, your shape, your soul. Your power is mine. All your senses bent in tide. My laughter echoes deep inside. I shimmer, vanish, then collide. I am Legion amplified. On many faces, twist and spin. Kaleidoscopes of serpent's grin. The threads of fate are wearing thin. Let Odin sleep, let mischief win. From icy Jotun blood I rise, gilded in Asgard's golden guise, stitching space-time with my lies. My illusions catch unguarded eyes. Sip and sap from cosmic trees, I shape the future as I please. My legion's calling in the breeze. Who else but me could be the MVP? On many faces, twist and spin. Kaleidoscopes of serpent's grin. The threads of fate are wearing thin. Let Odin sleep, let mischief win. In every timeline, our legion grows fast. Mischief is the key to changing your past. Twist and spin, kaleidoscopes of serpent's grin. The threads of fate are wearing thin. Let Odin sleep, let mischief win. They all laughed as he turned around slow. They said, you ain't welcome round here anymore. You just might as well go. He wiped the blood from his face as he slowly came to his knees. He said, I'll be back when you least expect it. And hell's coming with me. Hell's coming with me. then there was smoke. Then that preacher man was hanging by a rope. And then they all fell to their knees and begged that drifter, begged him please, as he raised his fist before he spoke. I am the righteous hand of God, and I am the devil for God. And I told you one day you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming, hell's coming with me.
Ruthless next, then we'll be back.
It is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor, and on your way down to hell, hear me ring that bell and I say, hell's coming with me.
Everyone, go and listen to Poor Man's Poison. They are awesome. Oh! Don't mess with Poseidon, essentially.
In all my years of living, it isn't very often that I get pissed off. I try to chill with the waves, but damn, you crossed the line. I've been so gracious, and yet you hurt the son of mine. That's right, the Cyclops you made blind is mine. No. I'm left without a choice and without a doubt. Yes, the battle force is swimming with the shark now. I gotta make you bleed, I need to see you drown. But before you go, I need to make you learn how ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves.
That's the last recording by the
Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Are the worst kind of good, 'cause you're not even great.
Petty much Poseidon, really?
Who reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate.
You're just jealous.
'Cause you fight to save lives, but won't kill and don't get the job done.
Sorry, I'm being too Hellenistic.
I mean, you totally could have avoided all this had you just killed my son.
Yeah,
but no,
that would have tempered you.
You are far too nice. Mercy has a price. It's the final crack, we're bound to break the ice now. You reveal your name, then you let him leave. Unlike you, I got no mercy left to give. 'Cause ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. And now it is finally time to say goodbye today. You die, unless of course you apologize for my son's pain and all his cries.
Poseidon, we meant no harm. We only hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in his pain. We only wanted to escape.
The line between naivety and hopefulness is almost invisible. So close your heart, the world is dark and ruthlessness is die.
What have you done? When does a ripple become a tidal wave? 43 left under your command. Does a man become a master? I am your darkest moment, the monster that always draws near.
Any last words?
All I gotta do is open this bag.
What?
Remember me.
Let's go and say hi to Bry, your guy. Because Bry is awesome. Praise be Bry. There be Bry. Rejoice. Ah! Gimme.
Visibly disabled, and their kid, like, questions it or something like that, or, like, says something about that. Yo, thank you so much for the raid,
just
Mad
raided
Cat.
with 2 viewers.
How was your stream?